All right. So we should be live on YouTube here in just a moment, and there we go. So we're going to pick up where we left off with Farming Simulator 22. For those who didn't see what happened is we have been doing what was the Survivor Man Challenge, which is where you start with $0 chainsaw and a dream. And we built up a pretty decent sized farm, nowhere near the scale you'll see for people who like main this game or for when you run into people who aren't doing a challenge run, that they build up extremely quickly. But with all that said, we did pivot away from that yesterday, and the reason for is we do have the announcement that Farming Simulator 25 is coming out in November, so we only got a handful of months till that happens, and I got a bunch of achievements that I haven't gotten. So what we've done is we've turned the economy off of this like hardest setting to make it easier. We've reduced the fuel consumption a little bit, and that kind of thing. And basically the goal is we just need to plant more varieties of crop, because there's achievements for growing cotton, there's achievements for getting the animals, there's achievement for all that. And I don't have a lot of those. And to be clear with the animals and that, it's not just that you have a chicken, it's that you do enough with the chickens. So we are in April, and I remember there's something I need to do in April. I need to plant the sorghum. All right, so we need to plant the sorghum. So let's go ahead and get that going. But yeah, so we did the same thing like the last stream where we've been worried about achievements as opposed to that. So last stream, instead of turning the sorghum into flour, into bread, and getting much better money from it, we turned around and instead it took all of the sorghum and just sold it as sorghum, because one of the achievements is to sell 500,000 liters of sorghum. And you might be like, holy crap, that's going to take forever. The one harvest gave us probably like 140 or 150,000 liters, so not really, it won't be that bad. I have debated getting rid of the requirement for dealing with the weeds. It's still on at the moment, but it is one I've gone like this with, just because it's in my interest to try and make it so I can run through the processes faster. So spraying for weeds doesn't really give me an additional benefit or whatever. Like, I mean, normally with them turned on, it does, but, like, if you just turn off the mechanic, it just goes away. Kind of like with the field stones that almost everyone turns off, because outside of modding, there's no real way to scale your ability to clear field stones. So, late game, when you're able to, like, use a bunch of tools and, they're 16 meters wide, you're still dealing with a tiny little stone picker. Alright. So I gotta repair this. And with the achievements, I'm gonna do all the super not grinding ones. The really grinding ones that are like, go through on this map, collect the 100 hidden items. I don't think those will be entertaining to watch in general. I could be wrong, because realistically to do those, you're just pulling up someone's guide that's like, this item is here, that one's there kind of thing. Because with hundreds of them, like 100 of them hidden on one map, and the map size being 2 square kilometers, it's a lot of area to go through, and they do stuff like hide them in caves and under buckets and stuff that's really easy to overlook. So that is one of those ones that you'd probably really want to consider just going ahead. So the things I've got to juggle right now that we've got going on is we did get $460 something thousand for our last sale of goods. We have turned a lot of our stuff, like our bakery and that, to just selling directly. So not going for the maximum dollar, but just keeping a trickle income at all times. And that way I can sit there and, prop up a field, put down, whatever, new thing I'm going to grow, prop up the next field, do the, basically I can just kind of keep things rolling as much as possible. And then we can worry about trying to make things more profitable as we don't have another thing to do, because we're going to be buying up lots of land and plowing that. So my first investment I'm going to do here towards the beginning of the screen is we're going to buy a new tractor. This tractor is still going to keep working, but I'm at that point where I've got more that I need to do at a given time than I could do with one tractor. So I really need to get a second tractor involved. Nope, that's not. There's what I want. The other thing I also changed from before is I have turned it on so the workers will go and do the restocking of fuel and all that themselves. And the reason I've done that is while it is way more expensive than if I do it manually myself, it will ultimately help us out so far as getting a bunch of our stuff done. All right, so we'll go ahead and generate a new setup here. All right. And we'll get you to work. Okay. So the next thing to do is let's check on... So is there more being produced here? No. Okay, so I forgot our farm is named Hopeless Pastures. I totally forgot that was our name. So with this, we don't have any more flour. Normally, we would have more flour this month to collect. But because we did take all the sorghum, and instead we dropped it off for sale, the granary ran out of stuff to make wheat with very quickly. So we don't really need much from the truck right now. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a quick look. Is there any good tractors on sale here? Not at the moment. That's fine. Let's go ahead and get ourselves, like, the best of the best tractor we can get. Now, of the entire giant list of tractors, my personal favorite is this one. And the reason I like this one is it has both a front and a back hookup. It's not one of the ones that, like, pivots in the middle. And it's got a top speed of 37 miles per hour. And it's got very high horsepower. So it's not the highest, but it is way up there. Now, that said, it's going to run me a pretty big amount of money. We'll also go ahead and get the weighted tires. Alright, so we now own our stuff. The speed ship one, it's terrible, but at least it's expensive. Yeah, there's the ones that are like the giant monstrosities, no front hookup, just raw horsepower, but the pivot in the middle is such a deal breaker. So now we've got basically the top of the line tractor. We pretty much spent our money from the last harvest on this, almost in its entirety. So that's not the best, but the idea with this is now when the other tractor finishes doing the seeding, I can turn around and spray it. When we get a little bit more money, I'll be able to set up a new field, and I can take one of the tractors and go and plow out the new field, get that all figured out and sorted in the time that the other tractor is working. So for the moment, this tractor isn't going to be able to do anything because we're going to be bottlenecked by the seeder. And whether this tractor or the other tractor using the seeder doesn't really make that big a difference. We have enough horsepower that it's more than enough to handle it. But yeah, so I like this one because being able to go like 37, 38, 39 miles an hour real fast around here is just so much nicer. Now, the other thing is because we've lifted our rules, I can take loans and leases now if I want to. We're probably not going to do much of that because taking a loan just to pay it back the next day doesn't do us a whole lot of good. All right. Because the next thing I would do is we talked about what our next step on the map would be potentially buying this tile here. And the intent with this tile is that I will put down here, I'll put more stuff for making oil or just some other crop that we can harvest. I haven't decided exactly what, but it'll just be another crop in general. I can make it sorghum, I can make it one of the crops I need for the achievements, but you get the idea. That'll be a farm. This side of the tile, because this kind of is bisected by this area of trees you see, this side of the tile, my intention with that is to start going for animal pastures. That will make this like an animal area up here. So continue the farm on this side of the tree line, animals go on this side of the tree line. That's my plan, at least. And we'll get that all figured out. It'll be fine. Yeah, it's going to take a hot minute, so what we can work on in the meantime is make sure greenhouses are all topped off in water. But one of the other benefits is as I start branching out into more crops, they will have different harvest dates and that kind of stuff. So it should make it a little bit more, instead of like 1 day of dealing with everything. And then plus for the ones that we don't, like right now, if I had another crop that was due today, while this one's working, I could be harvesting the other one. You get the idea. We're also going to need for the animals to branch out into grass, which will also work out. The other possibility we could do is I could turn off seasons if I wanted to. I'm not going to, at least no plans of it yet. And then, you know, we could do that. The problem with the turning off seasons is it makes handling the pricing so chaotic to figure out. All right, so we had just topped this off with water. Okay. And then part of having the greenhouse and that selling as... Oh, wait, we're never going to have bread. I was just sitting there, it's like, I got the truck in position thing. It's like, oh yeah, we're going to pick up their bread. It's like, oh, right, I have the bread automatically selling now. But the idea is, by keeping that trickle income, I don't have to worry about, oh, I overspent this season, so now we're not going to get what we need. But yeah, no, the spaceship one that ENX talking about is if we look at the large tractor here and we just shoot over here to the right, these ones. You buy these ones, and the thing that makes them so rough is that pivot in the middle. So first, there's no front hookup. There's no choice of a front hookup, just a back hookup. And there's this pivot in the middle. And so while it has a really high amount of horsepower, it's just not good. And honestly, a lot of the large tractors you get in here, and they have no front hookup, which really does limit them. Now, the advantage being they can do just about anything because they have like 600 horsepower. But if you go to sit there and go, oh, I'm going to have this tractor, it's going to be the one to deal with collecting all the grass in this field, and then you look at it and go, oh, wait, hang on. Like, the back mower, you either get the one in the middle or the one that's offset slightly, or you have one of the big gap in the middle, so you have to put front and back. Oh yeah, and the AI is extra struggling with them. Like, the AI always struggles. Oh! That was with the stuff coming out in the Farming Simulator convention. That's I don't know if it's done yet or if it's still ongoing. It's getting pretty close. So where we've been doing the GPS, the course play stuff, that's just gonna be built in the base game. It won't be a mod anymore. You'll buy an GPS module for your tractor, and you'll be able to just say, go do it, and it'll even have, like, we'll do, like, you know, certain number of headlands, so, like, does the outside perimeter, like, 1 or 2 rounds, and then does the zigzag back and forth. That'll just be base game now. And it's a little streamlined, so instead of where you have to do, like, the weird thing where you, like, right-click to, like, pull out the thing and then go to the map and do all that, it'll be, like, the same thing where you have the shortcut keys over there, and you'll be able to just do that. But see, to compare, you wouldn't use a large tractor for common jobs. They're for heavy duty, like massive plowing, cultivating tasks. Thus why they're not a front hookup. Yeah, no, in real life it makes sense. But like in the game, you're like, okay, but hear me out. It's like, it's not, the money doesn't end up relevant enough. So you're just like, yeah, I'll just get the biggest tractor that's got my hookups and be done with it. Is it efficient? Do I care? Using a large tractor for common jobs like using an 18-wheel for an envelope? Correct. But hear me out. It'll do it, but with more horsepower. Will that make a difference in the job? No. Not unless it's a real steep hill. A real steep hill. Where you start wondering if traction is the main concern. That you're actually using the gravity of the tractor as its main feature, not so much the horsepower. You're using the fact that it weighs enough that it really digs down in the ground. Yeah, it would make no sense. But in the game, at least if I recall correctly, I don't think these ones get higher miles per hour. Because that's what I was looking at, is like, which one's got the highest miles per hour? We got a couple who get 37. There's probably one here that barely breaks in the 40s just to justify it. Which normally for a tractor, its top speed is probably something you don't care unless it's like really bad. Yeah, so 37's the top in all those, and we go down to the smallest tractors. They probably don't get much faster. Because again, in real life, the top speed of your tractor is not really that important. And I do believe there actually is one tractor faster than the one I'm using in the large category, but it does not have the front hookup, so deal breaker for me. Yeah, so the smaller ones are all slower. So that's my motivation is like, you know, get that tractor over there, get in this tractor, give it a custom fire paint job as you go whipping around the roads at 37 miles an hour. Come on, man. Keep it down. You're only in the middle of absolutely nowhere farm where you have no pedestrians or really anything to worry about. Like, wildlife is your biggest concern. You know, some deer rolling through. Or if you live far enough north, moose, and that's terrifying. I think I mentioned it the other day. It wasn't this past week that I had off. It was the week before. So it was a week that I had like the extra day off and everything I took. Then on one of the trips to visit my family, we actually saw someone had hit an alligator, like a really big, like 6-8 foot alligator with a vehicle. We didn't see what happened to the vehicle, but the gator was pretty messed up. And I can't imagine that vehicle wasn't totaled. It's like hitting a fallen tree. That is just a lot of animal to hit. But at least at that speed and horsepower, you just plow through a bison. You would. Your vehicle wouldn't be in okay order, but you would get through it. It'd be mutually assured of destruction. It would be the vengeance of the bison when you're done. Alright, bear with me. I'm going to snack in a little bit of my dinner real fast, but I'm going to mute the mic so you don't have to listen to me crunching or anything like that. Alright, I just want to eat a few, because it's getting hungry. What I'll do is I'll finish up the food there when we hit the next ad break. That's what I'll just do, is when the ad break happens, I'll quickly finish my dinner. I'm trying to breathe my drink. That's not how that works. You think I have this many years and have that sorted out. Fun fact, evolutionarily speaking, the human esophagus is actually one of the worst designed ones out of the entire animal kingdom. That little flap that closes so that, you know, this is your air tube, this is your your food tube. That little flap that's supposed to close is one of the weakest out of the animals who have that type of mechanism. So we are really easily prone to consuming liquids and having them go in the wrong place. It was for the benefit of standing up and all of the things we got for doing that. Those are the things that just ended up being being the give up, like the things we sacrifice, the things that were like not well designed. There's a lot of things in human beings that we got to be bipedal and get to use these hands that give us all sorts of advantages. But like, we picked up a whole basket of negatives to give us that. But because if like you look at like a lot of other animals, like dogs and all that, they don't have to worry about it as much because they're like laid down. So just the bottom tube is the food tube, the top tube is the air tube. They still have a flap there and all that. Let's see, you believe that humans are the only adult animal that can choke while eating? That's crucial design, their throat enables us to complex speech. Yeah, well that's what I was saying, is most animals, because they're effectively laying down compared to us, they'll still have the flap sometimes, but it's just the heavy food and liquids go down and the air goes up. And it's not that they can't choke on stuff. It usually requires the animal to be like eating faster than it can meaningfully handle. And even then, it still usually won't happen. That it's very rare. That's not to say they can't choke if they like eat something too big or whatever. But just normal consumption, just having a little bit of liquid go the wrong place isn't a normal concern that they run into for most animals. I think other apes, primates, that kind of stuff, I think they can have it too, but our flap in ours is weaker than theirs, which gets into like the benefits of speech and all that and whatnot. You know, it's the give and take. But going back to the horsepower thing, for accidents that didn't result in like tragedy so far as like people seriously getting hurt.
Thank you, NZ, for subscribing for 17 months. Sub day.
Thank you, Listener Z, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 17 months you've been subbed to the channel. That is a heckin' long time, and I really do appreciate it. 1 year and 5 months you've kept those subs going. So thank you so much for that continued support. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. As a reminder, some point here in the near future, we're gonna get our new alerts. For those who don't know, I have commissioned for animated alerts. They're finally actually happening. So they're getting done. Which, when they happen, even though it's not like a requirement or anything, I am going to make sure to add into the About section, like where, you know, like the artist behind them, because they're an absolutely fantastic artist. For those who know, it's the same artist that made FG Squares alerts, as well as a couple others. Because I really wanted to make sure I had like some solid quality stuff, and you know, went through and got like a short list of people who I knew through various other contacts made good art, and that's the one I settled for. When I say settled, that's the one I chose. I didn't settle. It's actually quite the opposite. The reason it's taken so long to happen is she's an incredible artist, so actually has a pretty sizable number of people who go to her for commissions. So I got put on a backlog that, like, you can see the entire list of people who had,
Strider, you know... EP raw curls into ball.
Alright, Strider. You sleep well, and thank you again for tuning in. But, like, so, you know, there's a very long list of people who are seeking her art out, and it's like, okay, you're, like, number 30, I mean, I think it was, like, 40 or 50th in, like, the line of commissions when I signed up. So I had to wait to get through that list. So it's not any negative about the artist or whatever. I knew going into it's like, hey, this is a high-demand person. You're gonna have to wait. And so I have. But it's finally my turn. And I got to see... I'm gonna call them the rough drafts. They're the very initial version. So like the characters aren't completed, but it like gives you an idea of like the flow of the animations and all that. And so I got to see those, and they look really good already. So I'm excited to see what they are when they're done. It's gonna be a while. Taking the time to do those animations takes a while, because if you think about it, like if someone gives me an emote, it's one image of low number of pixels. And if it's an animated one, it's gonna be like, I don't know how many frames they get for a Twitch emote animation, but it's gonna be something like 8 or 16. It's not gonna be very many. Because like if you look at, for example, the animation we have of like taps, it's only like two frames. And then the panic one is actually one of the automatically generated ones. So I took an image and I said, hey, Twitch, make it shake. And so it's probably like 5, 6, 7, 8 frames. But even like the one where it's like waving, which is more frames, it's probably only like 8 or 10 frames. Versus a proper animation to make it look good is gonna be somewhere in the area of like 60 to 100 frames, if not more, give or take, all depending on how long the animation is. And one of them is a long animation. So you get the idea. It just takes way more time. Hey, Farron, how's it going? Alright, so we're almost ready to get the next person lined up with the sprayer. We can go ahead and start getting them in order. I'm not in a huge rush to get them working, because the reality is, the spraying is way faster than the seeder. And as a result of that, when I go to get the seeder onto the next field, I'm going to get stuck waiting on it again. Okay, so first of all, we need to kick the fertilizer out. And we'll get the herbicide in. I do think at some point we will get rid of the weeds. Right now I'm going to keep them in, but I do think at some point when we start getting a bunch of fields, we'll still have to spray for the fertilizer and all that. Taking one more process out of the equation will be worthwhile once the farm starts expanding to the point where it gets pretty unmanageable. Because I want to avoid having to do the thing where you go in the game and say, okay, 1 month is 4 days, because that's how long it's going to make me to go through all that. We might eventually get there. I'm hoping it won't get that bad, but we'll see. Because if we get to that point, then that means the time it takes us to get through a year is going to be rough. I don't think we will. I honestly think it'll be when we take over like half the map that we start getting to that point. Alright. It's got a lot of horsepower, so it doesn't make me work to make this happen. I think I'm going to manually spray this. I won't hand it over to the AI. I'll just do it myself. But we will wait to start it till the other one's done. Because like I said, it's the bottleneck here. So if we just wait till this one's done, run it over to the other field, have it start working that, and then I can just fly through this real quick. It'll be fine. Yeah, no, I'm excited. The animations are going to be featuring the channel mascot, which we haven't actually had it on the channel stuff. We've done it in like the streamathons. I've shown it on the Discord and all that. But it's the crab with the scarf, where it's just an adorable crab. Which it's funny, if I remember correctly, I had first made the crab. I think it was Kalaria Star who added the scarf to it. Was doing some like face painting stuff and added the scarf to it. I think that's how it went. Or was it we were doing the drawing? Somewhere along the lines, it went from being just an adorable crab to the adorable crab with the scarf. Which is just like one of those things that like the first time you saw it, you're like, of course. That just makes sense. It makes it from just being another crab out there to being like its own unique design. Because otherwise it was just a weirdly adorable crab. But I am very excited. I do have to get a couple of sound effects for it. None of them are going to be like obnoxious stuff. I'm going to go out of my way to try and keep them pretty mellow. And it'll be the typical like cooldowns where if someone tries to like spam one of the alerts too badly, it shouldn't get that much more. I'm probably also going to be changing up right now when someone gifts like 5 subs or whatever. It just plays the alert like like it just repeats the alert again and again and again and again. That'll probably change. To being like when you gift a group of subs, it'll just be like its own alert for the group versus playing the individual thing and repeat. Now, sometimes Twitch does mess up where when it sends the alerts to the bot, or like with the API, when the bot is able to grab it, it grabs the individual alerts before the group. And when that happens, it'll still play them all one by one. There's really not a good way to get around that I've seen. It just, there's not really a predictable way of dealing with it. It's just a thing that Twitch does. All right. So for you, fold it up. We got to take it to the other side of our farm because I got another sorghum field over there. We'll get that starting to be planted. Then we'll take over the sprayer and we'll do our 2 passes with the sprayer while this is working. And that should take care of that. But that's part of the idea of why we wanted to get course play and all that stuff set up, was just for the purposes of this kind of thing, where instead of me having to do all of this manually to save time, I can go like, you do that do that lap around the field. I'm gonna be over here doing this other field. For at times when, there's more than one thing to be done. All right. So go over here to this corner and get that going. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to that a lot. How much better is it than the regular AI? It's quite a bit better. It's not perfect, but where if you remember with the regular AI, if we look at this field, it'll just go up and down, so there's like trees along here it'll get stuck on. So if I have it going back and forth, it gets stuck there. Or it'll do the thing where it goes halfway up and then turns around and leaves that corner left out. It won't do that, which is kind of the big draw. So I can go here and choose create job. I can have it generate a path through here. And then we can start the job. And if you look at the design here, so it'll do a lap around the outside. And then it'll do the zigzag inside from there. And it does make it work way better. So we're going to back you up. Create job and start the job. Yeah, so it'll be a lot smarter where it does this outside perimeter. And you can make it so... Where are you going? I guess that's the way it's going to go. That's fine. But yeah, so it'll do the outside perimeter, and it'll try to do it where it doesn't go outside the bounds too much, which is part of how you get around that. And meanwhile... Oh, I need to start the engine. We've got some herbicide to put down. And I'm just doing this one myself. Because it might even be I'll do the herbicide till we run out, and then we'll just stop doing the herbicide. Just turn off the weeds. Keep moving forward. Craig's saying it's better mostly because you can program the paths. It is smart enough to also work out how to deal with small blockages too, such as a tree in the way. It may reverse the work out how to around its own, rather than the stock AI just dropped the worker. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like when something goes wrong with the stock AI, it just kind of throws its hands in the air and goes, I don't know. Please help. Versus the AI in here will actually be smart enough to try and set itself up. Like, the fact that it can keep it inside the field a lot of the time, where it doesn't even leave the boundaries of the map, or of the field, so that you don't have to worry about, like, you could have fences going right up to the edge of the field and be like, nah, that's fine, we can make that work, is just really impressive. Can't see what's happening over there. That's what I thought. You know what, that's fine. We're already this far. If I have to go and do a pass with, like, the really narrow setup, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We can clean up that one little spot. Like, that's the reasons why, like, the sprayer, I kind of wanted it to do it versus me. Because with the sprayer... sorry, not the sprayer. With the AI, it can get, like, precise down to the exact width because it has that math max. And there's mods that add, like, these little yellow guidelines and all that. The downside is, while it's cool, when you're playing the game, it can be really distracting and kind of weird to have all that. Getting all those controls out of the way. You'd be like really distracted to have like these big white or big yellow lines that go down there and like the blue line that you're supposed to follow and all that. It's useful, but like all that extra UI is distracting and kind of, to me detracts from the game a little bit. So that's one of the things that made me happy is when I was like, oh wait, I could turn off the line for course play, because like the course play lines being everywhere really just kind of messed with the visuals of the game. Yeah, it could also do, like, spraying, for example, very specifically, the regular AI will attempt to start it, and I have, in all the time playing, using the base AI, I have never once had the base AI succeed on spraying any field I've thrown at it in the game ever. It usually does, like, one pass, and then just is completely in the wrong place. I'm doing a really bad job of this. It's fine, we're in no rush. We're waiting on the other one to do the seeding anyway, so... it's fine. I'm gonna have to do a whole extra passes because they keep shifting slightly over. Like, it's not as bad when you miss the passes with the fertilizer, because then it's like, okay, I've got this one teeny tiny itty bitty segment of the field that didn't get fertilizers. The one that amazes thing about the course play is it can work out where bales are in the field and collect them for you. That's pretty nice. That's honestly where a lot of the work probably goes into that mod, is just, okay, where are physical objects I gotta worry about, and then like mathematically figuring its way around that. I just need to plan to overlap more than I am. Doing anything close to what's, you know, precise is not gonna give me the results I want. Like, even that, we're right on the edge. Alright. That's going to be one of the other ones I'm going to have to adjust to, is once we start getting the animals, I believe some of the animals I will need straw. Now, I don't think I'll need to go every single time that we do wheat, collect all of the straw or anything like that. But I do think it'll be one of those things that every once in a while I have to go back and be like, okay, time to go get the straw. That kind of thing. I think between Courseplay and another mod you think it's done by the same team, you can fully automate almost all jobs in the farm, which is interesting to have watched the streamer doing this, but not how you'd like to play a game. Yeah, no, there was a content creator we rated one time that was what they were setting up, was they were doing like the full automation where they would like go, okay, this vehicle is supposed to go on this path from this location to pick this up and ship it to the next place. You get the idea. That it is this whole process that it deals with. Is that wide enough, or do I have to 2 passes? Ah, it's right on the fence. I'll focus on the left side. I'm gonna have to clean up the right, that's fine. Hey, Soul Adams, how's it going? And what we'll do is when I go to do the other field on the other side is I'll hand the spraying over to the AI there, because I'll be wanting to take the first tractor back, get it repaired, gas it up, drop off the tools, yada yada yada. Technically working, practically waking up. I know that feel. Alright, so I'm going to have to show that again to set my width. Because I got a little bit of cleanup here that I didn't do a great job with this. One of the other things that we could do is we'll be able to potentially buy... There's, instead of the tractor-pulled sprayer, you can get a vehicle that is literally just a driving sprayer. I believe it's a little bit bigger than this one, and I believe it can go a little bit faster than these ones. So that'll help a lot as well. Okay, so drop you down to a smaller size. You remember correctly, the self-propelled one goes up to like 45 or so. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what it goes when it's spraying, though, is the real question. But yeah, no, that'd be a good one, because this one only goes 7 miles per hour when it's spraying. That can be narrower. Because then what we could do is switch that over. I'd end up getting rid of this container, and we'd use the bigger one. Or we'd use the giant thing. That's not going to happen right now, because right now we don't have the money for it. It's more important that we get other crops, because this definitely works. And all that. I do honestly think this might be the last time we do weeds on this particular farm, since we are going for the achievements and there's no achievement for the weeds. They're just a hurdle. So where we were doing the Survivor Man challenge, we basically concluded that. And I don't honestly feel bad for where we got. We got a lot done, and we had reached a point that we had either the best or the second best in pretty much every tool for the farm. And so we were on to where it's basically just a normal run. Just basically normal run with harder economy. Yeah, no, I got you, man, with. Okay, so we got a little spot here. We got a little spot over there, and we got a little spot down there in the end. So we get that spot taken care of. Now, this is the same run. Because they announced the new farming simulators coming out, I am at that point where I'm going, okay, I've only got a couple of months before the new farming sim comes out. There are achievements I'm missing because I've been doing nothing but challenge runs for the most part. And because of that, there's just a lot of things in this game I just never did. A lot of crops I've just never grown, that kind of thing. So I'm missing a lot of achievements. And so what we did is we took off a bunch of the restrictions I was putting myself under, and this was the last stream we did that. That we no longer on the hardest economy settings. I no longer am restricting myself from being able to take like a loan or all that. That said, I haven't yet gone and taken okay, so you still got some time left. I haven't yet gone and leased something or taken a loan. We still haven't done that. But we changed the economy settings from the very hardest to not the very hardest. But yeah, so it's just, we're just kind of trying to go to get the achievements and all that. So I got to get cotton going. I've got to get the animals going. I've got to get, there are some other ones. I got to do sugar cane. I've got to do grapes. I've got to do raisins. You get the idea. And those are crops I've never done. Well, I mean, some of them I've done, I just not done, because it's, you don't just have to, like, grow sugarcane, and congratulations, you've grown it. You have to harvest a certain amount of it, or more. So, like, the sorghum here, I have to do 500,000 liters. So each time I do the fields, it's like 145,000 liters, so it'll be 2 or 3 harvests, sorry, it'll be about 3 harvests, not quite, till the sorghum we get the achievement for that. So actually, building the beehives is one of the achievements. I have to build a decent number of beehives. So that will be one we're doing. I've been just trying to expand right now, and I haven't grabbed the beehives, because the beehives as well as achievements, that'll be easy, because I don't even think that one's about the honey. I think that one's about building enough beehives. So if it got down to like, oh, it's coming up in November, the game's releasing the next day or whatever, I could start a run, give myself a ridiculous amount of money, and just stamp out a bunch of beehives and get the achievement real fast. But we'll still do it. Alright. So we're about to hit the ad break, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is I will hand this over to the AI to do with this one. That way I can eat the last bit of my dinner real fast, which I'll, like I said, I mean, I'll keep the game up. We won't go to the away screen. But, alright, so we go to this field, do this, create job, generate the course. Does that even work with this? Sort of. Fair enough. Oh, create job. Create job. Start job. You're gonna want to fold that up if you're gonna try to turn around there, friend. You whipped around a little bit. If you needed canola, then that would have helped out. Yeah, so sadly canola isn't one of the crops on the list. Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to mute my microphone for just a minute while we watch this thing do its spraying versus how I did it. And I'll be back as soon as my food's done. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. All right. So food's all done. I did notice I forgot to set this to be sharp corners. So I'm going to have to touch up those corners where it sniped the edges. That'll be pretty easy. But in the meantime, the other tractor finished its work. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly have it drop off the cedar. We'll repair it. All that kind of good stuff. And that'll be good. It does make me curious that one of the settings for horseplay is that it will automatically take stuff back when it gets badly enough damage to repair it. I'm really curious how that actually works in practice, but we'll see. One of the other things I need to do for an achievement is actually repaint a tractor. Which I don't think I've ever done, because every time I look at the price, I'm like, I'm not paying that. Like, $50,000 to repaint this thing? Forget that. I want it to be all scratched and dinged. To me, that makes it more interesting. I actually genuinely find when you see like, this tractor here, which is considered, like, really badly scratched up, I want them to show way more scratched up than it is here. Oh, I see. So it just repairs it on the fly? That's kind of disappointing. I mean, I understand, like, figuring out the pathing to have you drive all the way back to the repair place. And it would still just have to kind of, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, cheat the UI since, you know, it's just not the way the game's designed to deal with that. Alright, but after we get all of this harvest done and we get our next major payout, or rather, once we have enough money, we're going to buy the next tile, and we're going to use that to expand our farm, like the actual farmland a little bit, and we're going to also start trying to branch out into getting the animal stuff. Which does mean I'm going to need to get either a baler, which is probably what I'm going to get. I'm going to get a baler. I shouldn't even be saying whichever. I'm going to get a baler. I'm going to get the mower, like the mower attachments, all that sort of stuff. And we're going to go ahead and try and get the different animals, because I need to get the chickens, the pigs, all that different stuff. They have different requirements, so I'll have to broach that when we get there. And so we'll just need to start growing the stuff we need to feed the animals, because pretty much every animal has an achievement attached to it. And I don't remember if I got the one for the sheep or not. But yeah, so when we buy that tile, that should help out. And the good news, it looks like I'm going to arrive just in time for that to finish. No, it's got one more pass, so I lied. I'll do all that. Okay. Yeah, so it's just got to finish up what it's doing. The other tractor can't really do much to help out in the meantime. How much does the self-propelled one cost? I'm trying to remember what it was over. It's like crop protection, I think, is what's under. Yeah, so this is the really big one here. So this is the big sprayer you get. That pretty much all that is just... It doesn't really matter which one you choose. It's just a big platform that this just becomes a giant sprayer that folds out. Just like what we were just using a moment ago. But instead of being a thing you drag behind your tractor. The word advice, go with the forage wagon over the baler, especially to provide bedding, as it has to be chopped straw, which you can drop directly from the forage wagon. Gotcha. Well, we'll worry about that when we get there. But yeah, no, we can go on all that. Because we will need the, well, right, because you can also make silage with the stuff as well. One second, I gotta check one thing real fast. Alright. It's something I'll have to check into later. Okay, so let's get all these things popped over, and it'll be good. Alright, like I said, I am going to have to touch up the corners because I forgot to set it to sharp corners. And as a result, it came around the corners where it just didn't finish the corner. But that won't be a problem. Alright, and that's that corner done. Obviously, there's a baler achievement. You need to get the baler. Yeah, no, there is a baler achievement. I can't remember if it's for baling grass specifically or for just doing bales in general. But either way, I know I'll need a baler. But that's just it, is I gotta expand to doing, like, more and more variety stuff as possible. Alright, we've got this one all squared away. I just got that last corner. And then I gotta ditch the fertilizer for the herbicide, and we'll go herbicide the other field. I think the difference is in volumes. If you remember correctly, the round baler auto stack can carry around 200,000 liters at once. Yeah, no, the thing is, like, the big round bales, as far as, like, the amount of space, were way better, and then the auto baler picker up or whatever it is like way better for it. But then the negative being is just you have to do the whole thing where you bail, where you move forward and then you stop and you back off, then you kick out the bale, then you move forward and you stop and you back up, you kick out the bale. So making the bales is a lot more laborious. I did not grab the herbicide after I just said I needed to do that. Okay. Because it doesn't do me any good to put down the fertilizer when it won't take. Then for the bedding, you'll need a shredder too. Yeah, no, I'll have to deal with all that. I haven't gone into a bunch of that stuff. That's the one thing is, so one, to try all the things in this game, because I missed a bunch of them just by doing our challenges. I just didn't end up doing all of the things the game had to offer. And so it'll be all that. Realistically, I'll probably do a mix of the foraging wagon and all that. I could see foraging wagon to, like, just dump out the shredded straw and all that, versus using the baler most of the time for other stuff. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Okay. There we go. Alright, Lardine. You sleep well. Thank you again for hanging out. But yeah, so the plan is to buy this tile next. And this area down here, we'll put a field. I don't know we're going to grow in it yet, but there'll be a field here. It'll probably be something like the canola or whatever that just gives me more money. And then on the other side of those trees, we'll put down the animals and start dealing with some of that. Wagon for baling. Sorry, wagon for bedding, baling for silage. Something like that. I gotta see what the achievement for the baling is, though. Because it's probably something like, I need to sell X number of bales of grass or something. It'll be specifically grass. And if that's the case, then, I gotta do what the achievement says to get the achievement. Alright, so open the generator, do the generation. Oh wait, let's learn our lesson for the last time. So instead of smooth, we want sharp. And all that means is instead of, like, smoothly going around the corner where it's nice and easy, it'll go up to the corner and it'll back up so it gets the entire field without me having to do cleanup. So with that, we already repaired this, so I don't need to do that, which is it's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and hop in here and do that. Yeah, no, I complain about it every time we come up with the achievements, that the farming simulator achievements are like, had a grand time. What's that mean? What's that mean? That means nothing. Why are you giving me these very obscure achievement descriptions? Why don't you say, had a grand time, you harvested a bunch of stuff, or you made a bunch of money, or whatever, or you played multiplayer. Like, don't make me have to go to a separate website to look up what your achievements mean. I really hope in the next one that they got that feedback and they will say, hey, you know, the original grain, harvest 500,000, or sorry, not harvest, sell 500,000 liters of sorghum. Cool. Perfect. I can work with that. That tells me exactly what you want. Easy solution, don't hunt achievements. I like hunting for achievements, though. Like, don't get me wrong, there's games you get the achievements like, play 9,000 hours. I'm like, nah, man, you're on your own. I am not interested. But I like the way that, like, for example, this game. Realistically, without the achievements, there's a good chance I would have never, or I will never, like, do stuff like the sugarcane and all that, because I've just not ever felt a need to. I was always doing a challenge run. But because the achievement hunting, I'm like, oh man, there's that thing. I should check it out. I should do that. Because there's a very good chance that might not be one of the crops in the next game. I know they've said they're going to have 40 different varieties of crops, which is more than we have in this game. But I can imagine if there's certain crops that people didn't like, the grapes, the sugarcane, I could see them doing away with those crops and just have something else instead. Or it could also be that they just go through the gameplay of those and make it better. That's another strong possibility as well. Like, don't get me wrong, I know a lot of people don't like achievements or whatever, and that's fine. But for me, if I'm enjoying a game, I find achievements a way of giving me some direction to take the game when I'm not sure what to do with it. Like, for Project Zomboid, for example, I would imagine if Project Zomboid had achievements to it, that once I started getting a little bit bored of what was going on in the game, it's like, oh, you know, achievement, kill 500 zombies in one day. Achievement, you know, collect the entire set of this. Achievement, whatever. It kind of gives you a nudge in a direction to play the game. You're like, oh, okay, there's something for me to do. Vern says, I just think most achievements end up being something like play 9,000 hours or complete the tutorial. You're only interested in achievements that have some meaning. Well, right. And for the most part, if we look at, I still think for the record, like, when it comes to games with achievements, I do think one of the games that's had the best for achievements was Terraria. That Terraria felt like the achievements were like really good, really well set up. Stardew Valley, the achievements are really good. And like, don't get me wrong, the fishing achievement Terraria is pretty grindy, but it's the only one that really felt like it was kind of in the grindy. So I said, if you remember correctly, there was that one achievement that was turned on in the game that wasn't at 100% completion. You remember correctly, there was a game that one achievement was turned on the game. Not fully understanding. There are games that they have achievements that just don't work. Like they're just broken. Or there's also the ones I really don't like was like they're doing a special event that was like a one-time thing and they're not doing it anymore. And then there was an achievement for that special event. I have a real big problem with that one, where you have an achievement that is impossible to get anymore. I haven't ever done it yet. Like I've never done like the Steam achievement unlock or whatever it's called. Because one, I wouldn't risk my account. But those are the type of achievements, the ones that are impossible to get, that be like totally justified. And the achievement was just open the game, not all players had it. Yep. How late am I up? I stream for another 2.5 hours. Okay, so we should be able to get this spraying done. Yeah, notice that. Like, there's games that have broken ones. Like, there's, it's a funny thing when you actually look at the playing of games. You'll have people who buy the game and, like, technically start it and don't get past, like, the first screen, like, 70-80%. like the drop off of people is absolutely absurdly high with a lot of games. That they buy the game and they either never play it, or they boot it up one time but they never play more of it. And some of it's, you know, they play the game and they realize it's not their jam. A lot of them it's like, oh, I would like to do that thing. You hate specific day achievements. You think Halo had some achievements? That was play the game on X day of X month. Oh yeah, like it'll be like the main character's birthday or something. So you got to play it on their birthday, or you got to play it on Christmas Day, or you have to play it on whatever. It's like, or hear me out, I might be visiting my family and not want to be strapped to my Xbox or whatever. Yeah, no, there's definitely bad achievements. Like, there's definitely those achievements that are like, all right, hang on, this is garbage. Or like for some of the games, like the Call of Duty games back in the thing where it's like, you know, kill 100 other players in deathmatch, or sorry, kill like 1 million players in deathmatch. Like, it'd be some obnoxious amount. And you sit down and do the math and go, okay, the typical game is done after like 20, 30, 50 kills, whatever it is. And a game lasts for this many hours, and you actually sit down and do the math, and you're like, you're talking about 4,000 or 5,000 hours. And that's assuming I'm winning every match and just scoring kills. You know, like, to heck with that. A lot of multiplayer achievements are bad. A lot of them. There's some fun ones, like go down while trying to rescue someone else, or, you know, like save this person within like less than a second of them going, like being killed or whatever, like that kind of stuff. There's that, which is certainly fun. But then it's usually the ones that are like the competitive go, like get platinum rank, get this rank, get that rank. That a lot of those get kind of messy. Yeah, no, you can let me know what the Bale achievement is. I've looked them up before. The worst thing that is the TF2 servers, which you assume still exist. Oh, the achievement servers, where literally it's just about getting the achievements. Yeah. Well, it's a bummer because there's certain achievements that you do have to kind of have that kind of collaboration for. I want to say Path of Exile has one. Path of Exile, one of the achievements was they have, no, actually I think there's 2 or 3 achievements for like, there was a capture the flag. Yeah, grass bales. Okay, like I've probably done that. I'll have to look. I probably already have that achievement. So it's 40 grass bales. But yeah, no, there was certain achievements that were for PvP in Path of Exile. No one does PvP in Path of Exile. So to get those achievements, you basically have to get a group together. It doesn't feel good cooperation. It's just farming kills on boss or achievements. Right. But that's what I was gonna say is there's definitely some of them though that the achievement numbers are so ridiculous that the only way to get the achievements, you know, without just putting in 20,000 hours or something, is like find some server that practically throws things in your crosshairs and just grind it out. Which again, to me, that's a sign of a bad achievement. For me, an achievement should always be either a marked progression in the game. So, you know, you finish your tutorial, you finish chapter 1, you beat the first boss, you beat the final boss, those kind of things. Where you're like, this is a milestone in the gameplay. Or it needs to be a challenge. So, like, Terraria having fighting the 3 mechanical bosses simultaneously. Like, and winning. Like, where it's like, that's hard. So, surviving that is the achievement. But usually the achievements that are kill 1,000 of an enemy, unless it's like a thing that you are going to do by progressing the game. If you need help to get in a reasonable time frame, it isn't an achievement, it's forced gameplay. Well, right. There's definitely achievements that are tedious and achievements that are actually an accomplishment. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's fine to have a game where it says, oh, kill 100 enemies. If you look at the game and say, okay, by the time you finish the game, you should kill somewhere in the area of 2,000 enemies, then that's totally fine. You'll get the achievement as it goes along. Or if the achievement is roughly how many enemies you should kill as you play through it. Like, that's fine. It's fine to have those things. But any achievement that's like, play X number of hours, unless it's, again, a low number that playing through the game you will get. So, like, let's say Pacific Drive. I think Pacific Drive, if you play through and just go very heavy on progression, you can get the game done pretty reasonably on your first go through in like 30 hours or so. So the game said, you know, play Pacific Drive for 10 hours. totally fine. 20 hours, totally fine. 30 hours, all right, now you're pushing your luck, because now you're going to have me playing the game just for the achievement, potentially. 50 hours, that's unreasonable. 100 hours, now you're being ridiculous. 1,000 hours, go expletive yourself. Gears of War did that. You believe there's an achievement called Seriously? It was 10,000 kills in versus ranked matches. The other Gears of War is Seriously 2. So the one kept... so they kept getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, no, those achievements to me, those aren't good achievements. Those are the kind of achievements, like I said, I haven't used like Steam Unlocker or any of those kind of tools before, but because usually when I see an achievement like that, I'm just like, nah. And it'll literally have it so I have no interest in any of the achievements for the game at all if they've got that severe a degree of a grind achievement. But with a bunch of them, create job, start job. But a bunch of those ones where it's just like a super grind fest, I just won't do it. Now, if it wasn't for like, so the thing is, the reason I won't do those things is people have gotten banned for doing those kind of things where they do the achievement unlocker and all that, which is probably one of those things that they do in a way that, you know, you give yourself an achievement in a game that's not released kind of nonsense. But it's just not worth risking my Steam library for it, which is why I wouldn't do it. But those ones that are like, you know, those ones are like unachievable or unreasonable and all that. There's a certain point where like, okay, I would absolutely get like an unlocker so I could be like, I finished all the achievements because this achievement is garbage. But I haven't done it yet. You think considering the name too, it's a gag achievement? Right. But the whole point is... Please tell me... Okay, so we're still set to sharp corners. The point is with achievements, I am very not on board with the idea of the unachievable or unreasonably achievable achievement. Like, to me, it's a thing to be able to look at a game and be like, I got 100% of these. So there's actually a game that I'm missing all but I think one of the achievements because the last achievement was designed to be an unachievable achievement. And it was a thing that was basically not satire. It was to be like a kind of a talking piece on game mechanics. Which the name of the game is I Can't Believe That's Not Gambling. Or something like that. But the entire game is loot boxes. It's just loot boxes the game where you spend your in-game money to buy a bunch of loot boxes, to get a bunch of items, to sell them back, to buy a bunch of loot boxes, to get the thing, till you get to the next tier of loot boxes, and that's literally the game in its entirety, is just loot boxes. And it has these really big flashy animations and all the rare, and you like, and it's just, it makes fun of so many common like defenses the loot box, you know, whatever. It kind of sounds like a terrible game. Well, that's the thing. It's satire. It's literally making fun of loot boxes. So like it'll go in there and it makes fun of so many different things that games do that are predatory practices. You cannot spend actual money in the game or anything. It's 100% to be a commentary about like, you know, how loot boxes are just in reality gambling and all that to a certain extent. But one of the things is they had a commentary on achievements. So they had a bunch of really good achievements, and then they had the one achievement that required you to open up, you know, like, it was something like 10,000 or 100,000 loot boxes or whatever, but you can't skip the big flashy animation, so every loot box takes you 10, 15, 20 seconds to get through the animation to get the item to roll the next loot box. And so this achievement, people did the math, it's like, if you ran your computer 24/7, it would take you like, it was something like 5 or 6 straight months of just this game doing that. But you also can't like click out of the window during the time because if you do, the game stops, you know, it pauses the game or whatever. So you'd have to have it as like the focused application on your desktop for all of those hours to get the achievement. And the dev even goes, I need to apologize. I didn't realize how much this upset so many of you. Because it's like, I didn't realize just how much people really, really don't like this. He goes, now granted, that was part of the commentary about having unachievable achievements, is that they just frustrate you and you get to play hundreds and thousands of hours. But also, I feel kind of bad about it. That said, they never did make a way to work around it. The closest you could do is you could mess with the system file to squish the window down to its minimum size and use an auto clicker. Because if you shrank the window, it made its frames per second go slightly faster, which then in turn made the animation play slightly faster, so you could cut down on the total time for the animation to play, thereby improving your number of loot boxes per hour. And I looked at it and went, no. No. I think I sat there and was like, okay, if I were to sit there, like before I looked up the numbers, I like, okay, what's the rate of this going? How grindy is this? And I sat down and messed with it for like half hour or so and realized I'd only gone through like 60 or whatever loot boxes and I needed like 10 or 100,000 or whatever. It's like, oh god, no. No. I'm not playing this game for thousands of hours of just clicking on the stupid loot box and occasionally selling my stuff to get the money to be able to buy more loot boxes. But yeah, that was the same game that they would actually sit there and introduce, like, you would pop in, it goes, oh, well, now it's not a loot box. You can get yourself your season pass. Oh, don't worry, it's games as a certain, like, it was the thing. Like, it was still kind of a fun game because, like, you know, it was getting all the dopamine hit that loot boxes give you, except it's not stealing your money the whole time. But yeah, no, it was fun. I didn't get that achievement, obviously. But I think that was the only one I missed. Because all the other achievements are pretty reasonable. It's like, get the entire collection of this series. I'm like, okay, well, that's... If you're playing the game, that's what your goal is to get all of the things. And there's only one or two of them that got pretty grindy. So in that regards, it wasn't like actual loot boxes, where you look at actual loot boxes, you go, oh, you want the epic quality item? You're going to need to open up like 10,000 loot boxes to get it. You know, this would be maybe 100 or so loot boxes to get the rarest one out of a set. It was silly. I think people did YouTube videos on it too, like some big creators when it came out, because it gave them the point that they could have like a discussion and have something that like you could show, like, hey, this is all deliberately designed this way to create gambling addiction, except now it's, you know, it's a satirical game and all that. So one, you're not pissing off a potential sponsor or, you know, getting yourself on a crap list because you were bad-mouthing a team or whatever. Because that is a thing that people worry about in content creation. If I turn around and go, this game is garbage, they're predatory, they're awful, and all that kind of stuff, you know, not only do I get it so that company won't sponsor me, which obviously I wouldn't be interested in that, but because you're bad-mouthing it, there'll be other developers go, oh, well, this person bad-mouths the people, like, you know, people making games and all that. I probably don't want to, you know, choose them. They might just badmouth my game. Like, I'm not going to get my money's worth or whatever. There's just all of that kind of stuff. Okay, so we've got that knocked out. So I've got this one strip over here to do that we missed. Like, and it shouldn't be that way. And the good news is, like, for indie games and all that, it's a lot less that way. Now, it is definitely one of those things that people talk, all that kind of stuff. That's the reasons why, whether like, honestly, in any profession, it's kind of, you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, kind of that side. Now, don't get me wrong, if someone's doing something manipulative, exploitive, you know, terrible, whatever, by all means, you know, let people know. Did I take this to repair it? I don't remember. Oh, I bet you when I switch tractors, because my tractor is in good shape versus the thing on the back is not, it averaged it out, which makes it look better than it is. Either way, we'll patch it up, because that finishes what we need to do this in-game day, so that we can move forward to, I believe it'll be when we harvest the wheat? I don't remember which, I think, no, actually, I thought we harvested the sorghum first. It doesn't matter. We'll move forward to whatever the first thing we gotta harvest is. We will harvest it. We'll get things going with all that. No, I must have just repaired it and just blanked on it. Oh, you know what it was? We hit the threshold with Courseplay that it was damaged enough, it auto-repaired it. I'm not used to that being a thing I worry about. Alright, so let's drop off the sprayer. We're done for this. And like I said, I do think, honestly, we might be getting rid of where I have to spray for the weeds after this. We did it today. But we are trying to kind of grow the farm more rapidly now for the achievement hunting. So those processes are just, spray this thing, what do I get? It's like where a lot of people to get rid of the field stones, because it's another process. It's slow. The difference is the spraying for weeds is relatively fast versus the spraying for, or so not spraying, the picking up stones is really painfully slow. I haven't seen with the next game. I'm curious if they will take the field stones forward, or they will be like, never mind, people didn't like this, or change it. Because I've been of the stance that it should be one of those things that as we process the field and it pulls up the field stones, the amount of field stones we pull up gradually go down. It never goes away, but you get the ideas. It becomes more and more of a non-issue by just the volume. All right. Because that, to me, my naive not knowing about these things, I would assume if we're picking all the stones out of the ground, we're gradually going to end up with more just dirt and less random bits of stone in there. Outside of if you're like digging up a hard pan or something and chipping up stones on the bottom and then pulling them up. Alright, so let's check when we need to next do the thing. So we can harvest the wheat and the canola in July is our next process. And for that matter, we have no used vehicles to buy here anyways today, so we're not going to worry about that. And while that's loading, let me go ahead and get that stretch knocked out that we had redeemed. Here it says, I hope they either get rid of or seriously rebalance the paint damage on parts. It's ridiculous a small amount of paint wear that costs tractors wearing a tractor costs tens of thousands of dollars, yet you're only able to it's only maybe a few $1,000s to repair a fully broken down tractor. Yeah. I kind of hope they let the tractors get more trashed. It's unlikely that they'll let that happen, because that probably gets into the, not sponsorship, but where they get permissions to use people tractors in the game and all that. Very genuinely, there's going to be a lot of people, it's like, oh, you can use John Deere, but only if you, like, make them look nice. Like that kind of thing. Because like that's what happened to like Need for Speed, is you get these wrecks in like 90, 100 miles per hour, and the vehicle just get like this tiny little, scratch in the end. It always looks immaculate. And it was all just deals with like Ferrari and all that. And they're like, oh no, you can't show our vehicle actually getting meaningfully damaged. Well, it's raining. I don't like that. Does paint wear do anything? From my understanding, it makes it so your vehicle wears out a little bit faster. But, like, is not worth doing. That's why there's basically no visible damage on tractors here. Yeah, it's just like they have, like, minor scuffs and all that. So, like, this is a tractor that's had, like, very bad paint job. So it just looks a little dirty, is all it really looks. I do kind of wish they would let them get more damage. Alright, so I'm going to go here and say, real fast in our settings, I'm going to make the executive decision that we're not going to worry about spraying for weeds anymore. It's done, it's over, it's out of here. So downside here right now is the fact that it is raining for the moment. How long does this rain going to last? Till 11. Yep, it's part of the licensing? Exactly. Alright, so the issue is I can't... Well, it's not that I can't. I shouldn't harvest in the rain, because if I harvest in the rain, we get a pretty nasty penalty for the like what we get out of our crops. So what we're going to do is the all-exciting thing, a fast-forwarding time to 240% its normal speed. Hey, Suey, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing today? I'm currently fast-forwarding time till the rain goes away. because I need to harvest, and it penalizes my harvest yield if I harvest during the rain. Final Fantasy 14? Nice. I hope you had yourself a good stream. But for those who don't know, Sui, an absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, so I highly recommend checking out. Just leveling your crafting class? Gotcha. Definitely someone worth checking out. Plays Final Fantasy 14, has played stuff like RimWorld, among other things. Okay, so we're going to drop the time back down to basically nothing. So the rain should be stopping any moment now. And how long do I have with no rain? I have a little while. I have a couple in-game hours that'll be more than enough for what I need to do. Cooking that emote is illegally cute. That's the idea. Alright. But yeah, so welcome in. But yeah, I hope you had a good time and all that. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record is beaten. Or has been beaten, whatever the words are. But at the moment, what we're doing is we're doing some achievement hunting in Farming Simulator. They did announce the new Farming Simulator is coming out this November and is adding lots of cool stuff. And I know for a fact that when it comes out, I'll probably never play this Farming Simulator again because I'll be on to the new one. So I got some achievements to get. So we did take what was our Survivor Man challenge. Alright. And I've gone and taken over just trying to get the achievements on this run. So we're just trying to expand our type of crops and all that. Alright, Soul Adams, you have fun with your work and all that. Thank you so much for tuning in and lurking and all that. Okay, come on, Rain. I need you to go away. Okay, so we're back down to 1 speed. Alright. Yeah, so we're just trying to go through and do all this. We have picked up a bunch of mods from when I started. So I did get course play and all that, which just makes it so I can make the AI competent enough to do anything at all. Because the AI in the base game is pretty awful. That said, with the, Alright, just trying to... Alright, so we don't need you. That said, with the AI... Sorry. With the new version of, Farming Sim coming out, 25, we are getting new AI that is going to have course play-like features and all that. So no longer will we run around and have, like, it get caught on an individual tree and just be frustrated. It'll be a lot more competent. It'll be able to do, like, headwinds and all that, where it goes and does the outer edge and then zigzags back and forth. But yeah, so in the meantime, the achievements I'm working on is, 1, I'm trying to grow enough sorghum. I just have to sell the sorghum as opposed to making into bread. Because there's an achievement called the original grain for selling enough sorghum. I need to expand and get all the animals and yada yada yada. It's gonna be a bit of work. But we're making good money these days. I am cutting out some of the stuff that part of the challenge is a bit more grindy. And just working with all that. But in the meantime, things have been going pretty well. I've just been using this as kind of a chill, relaxing, end-of-stream kind of game where we, you know, wrap up our last couple hours of stream. We still got like 2 hours left of the stream and all that. As a nice kind of conversation game where we can kind of chill and vibe. Not like RimWorld where sometimes the game can get a little sweaty, or Project Zomboid where you get no breaks, you have to kind of keep focused the entire time. I'm not entirely sure what that harvester's... Oh, it's doing the weird thing where it puts, like, the little rounded edges so it has room to turn around. That's fine. So yeah, so I've got course play, which makes the AI better capable. It isn't as efficient as if I were to drive it, but, you know, all that. Popped photos of your cat on the Discord. The cat being adorable. Cat is being pretty cute adorb. No question about that. Alright. I need to slow this down because this thing's top speed is 55. And that's going at 6. Let's see. One was during stream and the other was just now. Gotcha. Cats do like to do the adorableness. Alright, some of these littler fields, it's going to be hard to get that all sorted. Oh, good. We got a little bit in every single one of the compartments. So if I don't even need all the compartments, then that'll still be a thing. That's fine. What I'm going to go ahead and do is... You can do your thing over there. And when not a cat in real life, was Cat Girl. Yep. Alright, one of the other things we'll do is once this field's done, we'll have the other tractors work on harvesting it immediately. Or not harvesting, cultivating it immediately, just to keep things rolling. Because what I'm going to try and do is just have us park over here, and we'll get that going. So this is our brand new tractor we got. So it's way more horsepower than the other one. Well, a little bit more horsepower. Alright, thanks for the lurk, Sui. And thank you for the raid as well, if I didn't already say it. And again, check out Sui. Drop a raid, or not drop a raid. Drop a follow. Very different from a raid. And all that good stuff. Definitely good times over there. We played on the channel Project Zomboid, Borrow Trauma, State of Decay 2, Project Zomboid, a bunch of other games with Sui. American Truck Simulator. We played a bunch of games with Sui over the time. Good times. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, so we'll have this tractor ready to rock and roll when the harvester is done. But pretty much we're stuck waiting on the harvester to do harvester things. That is the thing we're going to end up working on, is we are going to work on getting it so that the harvester will probably have more than one harvester running around here. I'm not super worried about in the short term, because realistically for the achievements we got to get, I've got to branch off into crops that are going to require different harvesters. So we'll have a bunch of that. I didn't look through all the crops I need. I know we need to do cotton. I know we need to do sugarcane. I know we need to do grapes. But I don't really know above and beyond that what all else we got to do. We have to do each and every one of the animals. But my goal is to try and knock out all of the achievements before November. I won't be able to do all on stream. We'll get as many as we can, kind of thing. But some of them will be a bit too grindy to be interesting for content. Like, I feel like the ones where you go and collect all the collectibles on the map won't be particularly entertaining to watch. Because realistically, I'm going to have to, like, pull up a guide and be like, alright, where are the 100 wooden toys? And then working through all that. Because I did it once off stream and I didn't get credit for the achievement, which means I'm missing one, but there's no in-game tracking. So on my own time, I'll probably go back through and go, okay, let's check the location of each and every one and see if it's there. And see if I just overlooked one real fast and figure out where we got going on. And if that doesn't work, then I'll have to reload and do it again. Alright. So it should reposition to start the row, and then we can pick up more of the wheat. Realistically, it can probably get through most of these fields here before I fill up this entire trailer with stuff. Alright, you got a turn, buddy? Whoa. Oh, you're still doing the rounded corners. I haven't figured out really why that's important. It only does it with the harvester. Like, I get it makes room for it to turn and do stuff, but then I also look and go, but you really don't need to do that. So it might go all the way up to that end and then come back my way. And that's like the shortcomings of the, of course, play. Is it is smart enough to do it where it can actually finish its tasks successfully, but also at the same time, it does not do it efficiently. which I think is a completely reasonable give and take with it. You give up the efficiency of being able to have more control over it working and do so faster, but to be able to hand it off to the AI to do it for you. Alright, so I believe what'll happen is it'll turn around here and come my way. I won't be able to drive next to it to pick up anything from it driving my way. Because the area where it drops off. Yeah, trading efficiency for convenience, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't drive off the field. Right. Yeah, so like the spigot that gives me access to get the stuff out of it is on the left-hand side, which is currently over the field. So I'd have to drive over the field to do it, which if you have your crop destruction turned on, then, you know, you would just drive over and trash your wheat. So instead, I just gotta wait to get to the other end. We'll pick this up and all of that. So we're gonna be doing a bit of back and forth in this. It'll have the truck following around the harvester to collect stuff as we go. We'll have the other tractor here. We'll have it cultivate the fields behind us so that's ready for planting the wheat again soon. Well, I think it should probably keep growing the wheat, because I was going to say I'm hesitant. Like I was going to say, you know, maybe we get rid of the wheat and instead, you know, grow more sorghum because that's for the achievement. And I'm like, well, no, I still actually, like, need something that's bringing in proper money. Because right now, we are selling the sorghum and not converting it to bread or anything like that, which is making way less money from that. But keeping the wheat giving us bread should help. Yeah, I appreciate that about Courseplay as well, is it will, when it gets like 95% full, it will back off and then like kind of zig to the side to let you get around it. Whereas the normal AI will just go, I'm full, and just park in the middle of the field. You go, great, well, let me go ahead and take over control of this again. All right. That front one I don't think is actually full, but that's fine. As we line this up, we'll end up getting a little bit more in there to top it off. And we don't have what we need to pick up hay yet, but we will ultimately end up picking up hay in the not-so-distant future. Alright, now I just need to get out of the way so I can turn around. Because what we'll do is we'll pick up the hay for the animals and all that. More than likely I have way more hay than I need, and I don't want to go through the process of doing all of the hay myself. Alright, so I can zip to the far end here. Turn it around to get ready for the next batch. And then once this field's done, we will cultivate it. And then sadly, once I cultivate, I won't really have... Well, actually, if I need lime or plowing or something like that, I'd have to do that. But I don't think we're due. Needs rolling. This whole time we have never rolled any of these fields. We've never owned a roller. I didn't check. Alright, so nothing I care about, because we do have a lawnmower, which I will need those soon. But, I'm just gonna go on my way to buy the best. That's pretty much my plan from here. We're far enough into the game. Each time I get my money for the year, we can just buy the best of whatever equipment we need next to keep things moving. But we'll need the mowing stuff and all that for the animal care, because they'll need grass and hay and silage and a few other things like corn and grain and all that they'll need, which we're already growing the grain. Honestly, the only thing I have to do to get the corn is we will need a planter, and we'll need a different end for this. But I can worry about that when we get there. The big thing I want to focus on is the crops for right now, and expanding that. Because I feel like once we get that done, the animals will be easy, because, say, for example, I finish the sugar cane, and I don't enjoy the sugar cane then, I could just say, okay, no more sugarcane, get rid of the sugarcane field and turn it into whatever field I need for the animals instead. Oh, come on, it switched gears there. All right. I will say the yield you get out of wheat is really good. For such a small field that we're going to probably fill up the entire front trailer on one field is not too shabby. Considering those giant fields out on that side and that side aren't quite enough to fill up the entire set of trailers, a tiny little field in the middle here being able to pretty close to fill up the first trailer to its max. Not a big deal. That's pretty solid. All right. How can you not enjoy sugarcane? Best mountain Dew ever? Agreed. That said, there's a difference between consuming and growing. Because you're not 100% sure, but you think you can create silage from sugarcane in the same process as you can from maize/corn. If so, that will provide much more silage than grass. No idea, but we can find out. Alright, so you look like you're basically ready to rock and roll. Let's get you in position. And I'll avoid starting the next one, because I don't know what happens if, like, I generate multiple routes on the same thing. Like, how smart it is on dealing with it. And I'm still going to be bottlenecked by the harvester. Is it pronounced silage or silage? I actually don't know. Oh, silage? Gotcha. Yeah, silage, okay. Needs to be unloaded. Alright. It does need to be unloaded, but I will deal with that later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drive all the way over here. And I'm going to start the next field. Because we're only 24% full and it's the same crop. Alright, so create job. Generate the map. Start job. Let's see, you picked this one up free for Epic. You haven't really dived into it yet. You played a ton of 2019, but not the newer one. Gotcha. Well, the only downside is the newer one comes out in November. So... As pretty much all the maize that your in-laws plant is used for silage rather than harvesting? Gotcha. That 3-year cycle? I mean, at least it's predictable. But yeah, so no, it's like, the game comes out, roughly 3 years goes by. They do, a season pass with like 3-4 updates per year, that kind of thing. And then the new version comes out. I don't think it's a bad process to go that way. Yeah, no, I definitely heard that there was overall I've heard people liked the 22 more. I have heard people have specific things they liked about 19 more, but I didn't play 19. 22 was my first introduction to the series. But generally, I have heard fairly positive things overall. And honestly, seeing all the new stuff we're getting in 25 has me pretty excited. It used to be a 2-year cycle, but the events in 2020 got in the way. So PC release on odd number years, console on even number years. Gotcha. All right, so the front trailer is full. I could also definitely see, thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. I could also definitely see taking the time here and then, like, pretty soon, doing, oh, you know what I forgot to do? 1 second, I forgot to do a thing. So I need to take you. You, create job, open, generate, exit, start job. Start cultivating, friend. Hey, Moonlight, it's going pretty good. We are just working on getting some money so we can start expanding our operation to get more variety of crops in here for pursuing the achievements. It's still, I still find it amusing for how many hours I've put in this game, that how many crops I've just never planted. Because, and it's because I've always done the challenge runs, which just mean play game but slower. You excited for Farming Sim 25? We were literally actually just talking about that I'm excited for it. For those who haven't seen all the stuff being introduced, so the Courseplay mod that you got over here, Courseplay and GPS mods, basically baked into the game. They're a little bit more simplified, but the same whole thing where you can sit there and say, okay, make like the outer going around, you know, then do the zigzag and all that stuff. Make that all better. I do apologize if we just got pulled into ads. Just bad timing. I didn't notice they were coming, otherwise I would have done something. But yeah, now in case you do have Twitch Turbo and you're still here, but I'll wait till the ad breaks over. And I do apologize about the whole ad thing. It's just the nature of Twitch these days. If you don't do anything, you get pre-rolls, and unfortunately, pre-rolls have a very, very strong chilling effect of getting new viewers. So it does kind of create a problem where it's almost like Twitch saying you need to run ads or else, without actually doing that. All right, and you love the vibe of this channel. You have to love you, and you been out carry on, folks. Gotcha. Yep, all good. It's super appreciated. Thank you so much for saying that. It does mean a lot. I do try and go for the chill vibe and all that. But yeah, so it's just one of those things like the ads. It's what we're stuck with. You either get 3 minutes per ads per hour, and like however you divide it out is total. Like anything that accumulates to 3 minutes per hour, whether it's 3 minutes in one block, which is what I do, or a minute and a half twice during an hour, or, you know, what is it, like 45 seconds, 4 times an hour, whatever it is. But 3 minutes per hour is what you got to do to disable the pre-rolls. But it is just one of those things. Okay, so it still just says needs rolling. I appreciate that. And so between it, because of how painful the hit from the pre-rolls are, a lot of us have started running mid-rolls, which is how you get rid of it. And it is disruptive, and we do try and do what we can to limit the disruption, but there's only so much you can do. It is what it is. But the reality is, the ads do help me pay my bills. I run the minimum required to disable pre-rolls. And genuinely, without ads, we wouldn't have Twitch, so we're kind of just in that reality. Good, bad, or otherwise, that's the reality we live in. Alright, so I need to turn this around. I'm gonna miss this pass on it. But the next pass will get this filled up. We'll empty out after this one when I go to reposition that harvester onto the next field. But yeah. Man, for the record, like, it's interesting. My main revenue source on the channel is basically subs. Like, gifted subs and regular subs, like, the divide between it bounces around, but that usually ends up being the third to about half of the revenue from Twitch. And then honestly, at this point, it's between, like, a fourth and a third is from the ads. Which, again, I run the minimum required to disable pre-rolls. That's nothing. It's going to be much better when the base game makes it better for everyone. With the GPS base game improvements, big win. Yeah, so I went ahead and I paused what I was saying about it with the update because we did get hit with an ad break in the middle of that. But yeah, so the things that we've seen is they basically made it so course play, GPS, kind of vaguely a little bit of each, is now going to be just part of the base game. You won't have to go and grab mods. They'll have streamlined it a little bit, which means we will lose a little bit of, you know, control configuration about it. But that's being done in favor to make it far more easy to use. So like where we have all the controls on the left here, realistically it will be in there somewhere where you push this button to have it generate the map or whatever they do. And it might just be smart if you just go over, you hit like the autopilot, and that's just the new autopilot. They just did away with the old one and did with like the GPS style. We haven't figured that out. They haven't given us all that information yet. But either way, it looks way, way, way better than the atrocity that is the AI. The AI in Farm Sim 22. I'm getting screwed every time because I'll just start to get up to speed and they'll switch gears. I'm too far away and I'm not going to be able to get in position again in time. Alright. So that's one thing. The other thing they're doing is right now when you play Farm Sim, the topographies you see in the game is you basically see European and North American topographies. What they're doing though is they're going to be adding in Asian topographies, and so that just means we'll have some more variety of environments that you can play in, which is just good news all around. It'll keep the game more interesting, exciting, and all that. Alright, and so what I'll do is I'll start emptying this out. And with that, we're getting a bunch of new crops, which they haven't revealed all of them. You don't think it'd be possible if we still have to deal with the PS4 and Xbox One? I mean, I could see it having potentially tricky controls to do it, but I don't see a reason why they wouldn't be able to do it. We'll see. Like, I don't know what they've said on that. I actually also have no idea, like, the market, one way or the other, for the game on, you know, does it have a very large console group, or is it just there are console players that need to be sort of supported, but it's a small amount? All right, so get you out of here. We need to start the engine, and we'll get to the next one. Because really for the Xbox and all that, it's more a concern of, like, a lot of the graphical limitations and all that. Honestly, doing the course play type pathing shouldn't be that computationally awful. So I'm not super worried about that, because usually that kind of stuff you just have to set up like the algorithms, and instead of it actually taking the time to precisely figure out this is the best path, it'll come out with the PS5 and Xbox Series X. Yeah, so it's just, okay, the latest generation. Alright, so we can grab you, create job, generate, do the generation. We're still set to start the sharp, and we're good. So I need to drop that one off. But yeah, so it shouldn't be that big a deal. That I do think with the later hardware, the graphics will be fine. Honestly, the worst thing that's going to be is the water physics and all that. But even that's not going to be that bad. Like, if we consider the water physics for compared to what Farm Sim has had before, they change everything. If we consider it compared to the industry in general... Am I just hitting the wrong button? There we go. The answer was yes. Considering the industry in general, like, those are water physics we've seen, like, I think, was it the original Assassin's Creed had those? So it really won't be that bad. Considering we have stuff like Sea of Thieves and that, where the water physics are so much better on the Xbox and all that. Like, whether or not you're into Sea of Thieves and all that, the water is a very impressive thing in that game. All right. Okay, and we'll reposition this. So it shouldn't be too much longer till our cultivator is done cultivating. Oh, right, you're going to do the outside of the field. That's fine. We can let it go the entire way around the outside, and I'll catch it up on this side. Now probably top off the front bin we've got there and get pretty far into the second bin. I don't think we'll get all the way to the third bin. Like, I expect this whole field to not take up, you know... I think we'll just barely get into the third bin on this field, and the last field probably won't even get that far, to the point we're fuller, I think. Alright, and it looks like you did a good job. It comes out shortly after your birthday? Nice. Now I'm looking forward to it. I played a lot. That was, this isn't me bragging. That was, like, I became a Farm Sim partner and all that, and it was cool. Like, I didn't know it was coming. They just, like, sent me this plaque thing. I don't know what to do with it. I should probably hang it on the wall or whatever. But, you know, it's just because I've done a lot of content for them over the years. Which I say for them, I've played their game. They didn't reach out and say, excuse me, sir, could you stream this for it? I mean, actually, I guess Dare Drop, maybe? Because did I ever do a properly sponsored stream for them? I don't think so. I think they did a Dare Drop, which, you know, it is legally speaking, when I do a Dare Drop, I have to label it as an ad. Because legally speaking, indirectly, I do make money from that happening. There's like a whole point system with Dare Drop and yada yada yada, that I can make a little bit of money doing that. But as far as like Farm Sim like reaching out to me and saying, hey, we want to throw a bunch of money over the fence for you to play our game, that has never happened. Okay, that settled down fine. Alright, so you're still working on that, so we'll watch you do your job for a minute. But yeah, so just the whole thing with the partner where they sent me the plaque is kind of like, you know, it was a cool recognition thing. Like, don't get me wrong, you can get that kind of a plaque, like, go to your local trophy shop, drop like 10, 15, maybe 20 bucks or so. Actually, you know what, that being in a frame with glass, maybe 30 bucks. But the point is, it's not much money. And I don't know how many partners they have or whatever. It could be hundreds, it could be thousands, it could be 10. I'm sure it's more than 10. It's probably like 100, but that's still a bunch of money to spend on that, which is just, it's a nice thing. There's been a few companies that I've done stuff with that have done cool stuff, like the very first game that ever sponsored the channel was The Tenants, and they just randomly sent me a plushie of one of the main characters for the game. Like, and that was a sponsored stream. Like, they paid me to play the game, which I enjoyed it. I played a bunch off stream, and then I came back and played it a couple times here and there over the years, you know, without them sponsoring me more. Which they did sponsor me again way, way later when they came out with the pet DLC for it. But, you know, they just sent me the little plushies. Like, that's, you know, it's a $15 plushie or whatever. But it's just kind of thing, they're like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, you thought about that more. It wasn't just, we got our marketing, okay, you're dead to us kind of thing. Because there's definitely those games out there that I've run into, which it doesn't feel bad or whatever. It's like, that's just the nature of the business. Like, they pay you to play their game to get it, exposure to your audience and all that. And I'll only play games that I think my audience might like. And I'd say for the most part it's done well. We've only had 1 or 2 sponsored games over the years that are like, okay, maybe not the best. And it wasn't ever anything like the game was bad. I'm thankful that hasn't happened. I keep waiting with the generative AI thing being everywhere that, I look and I try and verify if stuff has generative AI and that kind of stuff first, because for me, that's a deal breaker. And people know that. And you can have your own opinions on it. For me, it's not something I want to support. Whatever this music is, I want it to go away. There's a bunch on this playlist that just get kind of weird. Oh, I see. So I was on that other playlist for a while. Let's go to that other playlist. Let me find my way back to our playlist we were on the other day. Because they changed their UI and it kicked me out to have to find a new playlist. And I was like, oh crap, because I couldn't find the one I was using. And so we ended up with a different one. This is the one we were on. So let's do this one. It's similar. It's still like a chill vibe with like a little bit more to it, I guess. All right. But it's just some of those ones that get like kind of more exotic instrumental, they can be fun once in a while, but that chill out playlist, sometimes you're like, all right, I'm ready for something different. Variety is the spice of life. I could use a little spice. But it's okay, chat. We're making a spice right now. We're making flour. Technically can qualify as a spice. So if you ever want a really fun insult for someone, you can tell them that if they were a spice, they're flour. It's a pretty mean thing to say. Yeah, the spice must flow. The flour. I don't remember where I got that from either. It was like a book or something that it was just an insult between 2 of the characters, like, oh my god. That is so incredibly ruthless. You want them to change difficulties where it's not so simplified? Oh, you mean in Farm Sim? Oh, before I get into that thought, so they are adding, it's supposed to be over 40 different crops. I don't know what the technical number is we have for the game, but doing a quick count through, it seemed like we had somewhere in the ballpark of like 20 or so, like maybe low to mid 20 number of different crops in this game. So we're talking a pretty big bump in the number of crops available in the game, and that's counting the DLC and everything. I could be off because, again, just the way I counted may not have been good. I just looked at what you could sell and went from there. And then some of the stuff that I considered crops, maybe they wouldn't, and vice versa. But they're talking about 40. And so we do know they're giving us, I think, 2 varieties of rice, as well as a bunch of other things, which should be interesting. So we'll see what else we get. I'm kind of hoping with the rice, because for those who don't know how you grow rice, you basically flood a field.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Aw, look at that. Someone thought they were going to get past auto mod. That's adorable. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, as all of the mods at the same time rush in real fast to try and hit that bad button to see who can get it first. And we've got Moist Waffle getting their 3 stream streaks, so thank you so much for that. We got to get to this end of the field so we can actually pick up. I was expecting it to go to that end and that way and not the other thing. People are weird. Yeah, now normally that's a group of people, like maybe they're on Discord together, hopping between... Yeah, normally it's like a group of them hopping onto Discord and jumping into different people's channels and like just being trolls. So you'll end up getting like 3, 4, 5 of them together as a group doing it. It's people who got nothing better to do with their time. Yeah, trolls suck. Yeah, it's a thing. It's one of those things you start learning later on in life that you see the type of people who end up being really trolly, And there's a bunch of different reasons psychologically that people get into that. One of the most common ones, and this is the same kind of person who goes into like your local grocery store or whatever, and then harasses the cashier or yells at the stock boy or whatever. And a lot of times there are people who feel like they don't have much control or autonomy in their own lives. Whether or not they recognize it is one thing, but it is a thing that they tend up lashing out like that because it's just something that they can feel like they have control over. And it's not the only reason people do it, but that is a situation where you're not on equal footing. Oh, it's full. You're not on equal footing, so like the person, you know, showing up and being just absolutely awful and disgusting and all that, like they have very little to lose. Because the chances of, you know, the store manager or whatever walking up being like, hey, get out of my store and don't come back, is pretty low. It doesn't never happen, but it's pretty rare it happens. I have seen it happen, and it makes me feel real funny. There was, the place I used to work, we only had one other competitor in town that would sell the types of tools we sold when I used to work retail way back as a teenager. And we had a person who came in and made a big scene and, like, you know, grabbed papers out of one of the, not the store manager, but one of like the, you know, department managers, grabbed some papers where the manager's like, no, here, I can show you this is company policy. Like, grabbed the papers and, like, threw them over the shoulder and was just, like, an absolute jerk. And finally, like, you need to get out. You're not allowed to come back in here. And the guy's like, but you're the only tool store in town. It's like, should have thought about that before you did that. You get to drive a whole hour down the road to the next closest one. Have fun with that. And the guy got all upset about it. I was like, hey, man, you're the one being a jerk. Because it wasn't even something like, you know, some really, really awful policy that people were upset about. He was just being combative for the sake of it being combative. And it was a whole thing. And it was just like, well, you really didn't think the consequences through. Sadly, that's just not how it ends most of the time. Most of the time, the person's just kind of belligerent with, you know, whatever, especially back then, belligerent to, like, one of the staff members, and then leaves. And, you know, the store manager and all that, and it is what it is. So it's always very satisfying when one of them does finally push too far that they get kicked from the store forever. And then they get all upset about it. Alright. You worked at Walmart for 17 years? People are horrible. Yeah, no, I worked in tools. Like, it was tools, lawn and garden, sporting goods, and paint. And it was only... I mean, I guess technically I worked for the company, like, it was something like 5, 6, 7 years. But I was only a salesman for, I think, 3 or 4 of it. And all that. Alright, just had to deal with some moderation on another platform. Because, of course, the person didn't take the hint. But yeah, such as one of those things you deal with. But, like, it's one of those things that once you kind of realize you worked as assistant manager at Safeway for 8 years, yeah. I'm gonna assume you're with that same group, Stinky. Just by the fact that you're asking about can I see the YouTube chat after I very quickly hid all of their message from the YouTube chat after we just banned those people for the same thing on this one. So just gonna go ahead and say here, you're already at like 11 suspicion right now just by the timing that you're observing both. Now, you might not be, which is the reason I haven't banned you or whatever. But it's definitely one of those things that's like, Because it'd also be one of those things like, why are you watching there? Alright. Later, Stinky. You have to get realistic and non-realistic settings difficulty for Farm Sim. I mean, you already have the hard mode for Farm Sim is kind of realistic. If you're talking about like the extra controls and all that, there is the precision farming mod. They could certainly do more to make it realistic, but it feels like they kind of already have that type of stuff where you can adjust the economy and all that. Alright, we're just waiting for that, and you're waiting for the field to be cleared. Then we just got that one little field over there. And I believe it's... Oh, and we also have the canola. I need to remember to also harvest the canola. We only have the one field of canola. It's a big field, but that's fine. But yeah, that'll be fine, because we'll finish this field off, then we'll do the wheat field over there. Then it'll be time for the canola and all that. Harvest the canola. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. You end up doing a lot with moderation. That's the reasons why, like, for me, first of all, make alga oil? We are. We are making alga canola oil. Have you done every crop? No, that's actually kind of what we're trying to do right now, is we are trying to expand to do the crops I haven't done, because there's achievements tied to those crops that I don't have, and I'm trying to get all of those knocked out before Farm Sim 25 drops. I already know at some level I'm going to have to do them, you know, some of them off stream, just because of how long it's going to take to get everything done. Then I don't just like play just this game. I actually play this only from time to time. Alright. Like, don't get me wrong, we've got a lot of hours in this game. Okay. But yeah, and that's just one of those things when you deal with people trolling in like that. One of the worst things you can do is let them get a rise out of you. For me, I've dealt with being a public speaker before I was into streaming for a long time, so I've had to deal with like actual in-person hecklers where they can kind of yell over stuff and whatnot, which really does help make it so it's just, you know, you realize it's more like their behavior is more a sign of their own situation than anything to do with yours. And if you give them the rise, that would benefit them. Now that said, you still report them and do all that stuff so that they lose access to their accounts and that kind of a thing. You know, which only helps so much. Working as a substitute teacher has taught you a lot about trolls? Uh-huh. Yup. Yup, it does. Is one of your main game you played besides Rally and F1? Yeah, so honestly, like, I don't play much in the way of any... Oh, hey, please fold that up. I don't play any of, like, straight-up, like, racing games or anything like that. I do occasionally play American Truck Simulator, but I really haven't gone too much farther out from that. But, like, I used to play a lot of racing games way back in the day, like... Man, what was it? Need for Speed Underground was, I think, like the last proper racing game I've played. To date myself a little bit. I think it was Underground. I can't remember. Did you work backwards? It did have to deal with a lot of people. You're lucky enough that your boss of about 5 to 7 years at Wally World would not take crap from anyone. Oh yeah, no, I've definitely had the managers who would just, you know, when you ran to people who were just causing drama or trouble or whatever, would, you know, very, very quickly put an end to it. Like, depending on what they're doing, they'll say, like, hey, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You know, like, come back again when you can act like an adult kind of thing. And then there was also times, like I said, where the person was like, hey, you're out of the store. And there was a number of times people got really upset when that happened, because, like I said, the next closest place that you get the stuff they needed was over an hour drive away. So for some of them, it would like honestly hurt their financial well-being and all that. That they were like contractors dealing with stuff. It's like, well, you know, the employees are not for you to bully. All right. And we'll go here real fast, and we'll set up that to do its thing. Oh, before we do that, this is going to be the slower process. Let's get this started first. But see, fortunately, in all the times, there's only been a boss that would that. Others just roll over and give people whatever they want. Yeah, no, I've had lots of those bosses that they're the ones who believe the customer is always right. And here's a hint. The customer is not always right. The customer is not even remotely close to always right. You can't even pretend and feel the customer is right. That's not to say that customers are necessarily inherently wrong. I get the idea behind the philosophy, customer is always right. The idea that, you know, you depend on your customers to stay afloat and all that. But the problem is a lot of stuff that you'll have customers do is actually really bad for your store. Not from just like the money perspective or whatever. But like, genuinely the behavior they'll do will make things worse for your other customers. So you do push back. And then there's also times they'll do stuff that you're like, no, but this is actually really bad for the company. And so that might be what the customer wants. But the reality is, we can't operate as a functional business and allow that. And so you'll definitely have those, you know, these are the bosses say customer's always right. They're not the ones who have to deal with them. Yeah. And that's the thing, I definitely had some bosses that were like really good about, you know, when a customer wasn't being reasonable, push back on the customer, be like, hey, here's the reality, man. Like, you may feel that way, but that doesn't matter because that's not what the reality is. And again, a lot of times when they're just being nasty, belligerent, whatever to the staff, they're like, hey, it doesn't matter what you think or want or whatever. The fact is, this is another person who's just working their job. Leave them alone. Like, they're as much a, you know, responsible adult and human being as you are. You don't talk to them that way. I do remember the store. It wasn't me. I kind of wish I had the once or twice I got, you know, physically pushed by a customer. We did have a customer who walked up to one of our employees and, like, shoved them into a shelf because, you know, the person didn't hear him go around the corner or whatever. They charged assault against that lady. And don't get me wrong, she deserved it. She, like, shoved her into her, you know, into a shelf, and she, like, banged her face against the shelf because she wasn't expecting someone to shove her from behind. And I'm like, good. People should do that. Maybe then you'll learn not to do that kind of garbage. Like, that's not acceptable behavior. Like, it's fine if you're unhappy and you decide you don't want to be at the store anymore and you stop shopping there. Sure, that's perfectly fair and reasonable. But, like, you're like, hey, your staff weren't responding to me. Let me just shove them. No, I'm sorry. I am sorry. That is way past not okay. If it was a police officer, you might be just randomly shove them. You'd be in cuffs. It doesn't make a difference because they're a shelf, you know, stocking a shelf. You know, it's a classic. Just treat people with respect, that kind of thing. Like, I get, there's a mentality where people have to earn respect, and I understand what people are trying to say and what they mean by that. But to me, the way I picture is you should treat people with respect and decency and that as your default until people give you a reason to not do that. Like, if someone does something that they've earned having the respect taken away from them, sure. But, like, just treat people like reasonable adults and all that until proven otherwise kind of thing.
Ooh, hankering for education, are we?
How to be a decent human being. Man, I don't got the time to teach that. You know, you can get all into the treat others how you would like to be treated if you want to kind of go with that. It's honestly just treating people decently. Like, it's, you know, if you were sitting there doing your job, minding your own business, and someone walked up behind you and shoved you, would you consider that a decent way of behaving? And, you know, the answer is, would you quit? So it keeps switching gears, which is the reason I keep, like, slowing down all that. I hit, like, right in between the gears. And then the whole thing goes kind of like chunk, like, for just a moment, which gives the harvester ability to get ahead, which then I need to speed up, which causes it to switch gears. One of the crazier ones you saw was a lady grab a shampoo and pour it all over the floor, then lay down and start screaming that she slipped and hurt her back. And that the employee... I haven't seen anyone try and, like, frame an employee for that kind of thing. You know, I've heard nightmare stories, but I haven't personally witnessed it. Which doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Like, there's people who try and do, like, the insurance nonsense, or decide that they don't like an employee and they want to get him fired. Because I have had where a customer that, you know, they'll be like, oh, I get a discount on this. I'm like, no, you don't. Why would you get a discount on that? And that they'll go to our manager and say that I was rude or whatever to them. And it's like, no. And I'd be like, well, what? Oh, what was it the one time? Oh, no, it was, oh, I'm trying to remember what the thing that led to it. There was a guy, and he went to my manager. I don't even remember what the thing that caused it was. He went to my manager and said that I had yelled at him. And my manager stopped as like, no, really. If that actually happened, I need to know what you did. Because I cannot see, and obviously he did use my screen name, use my actual name. He goes, I can't see Rual yelling at someone. It's like, I just don't see that. Whatever you had to do something that is completely unreasonable. I can't picture it in my head. It's like, you've chosen like one of the calmest, most patient people I have ever seen and said that that person yelled at you. I don't understand. You know, the guy is like kind of, you know, backed out and got out of the situation. But, I wish I could remember what it was about, too. I think the guy was trying to get a discount or something. I don't remember. Because, like, I think I got involved, like, when the manager brought the customer to me and was like, hey, did this happen? I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. You know, and then he filled me in after the fact. But it was like, if he would have chosen literally anyone else in the department, would have been totally believable. We had some people in that department who were a little bit short on the fuse and all that. And he chose, well, actually, I take that back. There's one other person in the department who was also extremely patient, and I couldn't, like, outside of, like, you know, a danger situation, like, no, you need to back away from that, like, that kind of thing, I couldn't see them raising their voice or anything. But there were definitely some people in that department who would have absolutely, you know, if you got snippy with them, would have absolutely raised their voice with you. Versus me, it's like, I'm not losing my job over this. It's like, you know, you don't get a discount. Well, yes, I do. It's like, no, you don't. And they try and, like, pester you into getting angry. It's like, I don't care, man. It's like, you don't get a discount. That's just the end of it. I can't walk up to that machine and hit a couple buttons and magically 15% comes off. Do you think this company gives me that kind of power? The answer is no. Or we would have people, we'd have like the old timers who'd try and haggle with us. It's like, man, you are in the wrong place. This place is corporate as heck. I don't have the ability to like magically take $5 or 5% or 10% off your bill. You know what price I have to pay? The same price that's on there. Do you know what I can do about that? Absolutely nothing. You get a manager involved, yeah, they could do a little bit more, but they only get so much leeway even then. You've seen a video of someone trying to sue a supermarket by creating an accident and laying on their back, but they changed their story once they realized they were on camera? Yep. You don't actually get much of that kind of stuff. For as much as you hear about it, they almost never, like, because one thing, they never get away with it. When you're at a retail store, sure, not every inch of the store is on camera, but a lot of it is. And you really don't know where the cameras are. And a lot of times they have a bunch of false domes up on the top, so it looks like there's 10 times the cameras that there really are. And so a lot of times you can even call the person's bluff being like, oh, here, we can go check the cameras. And then suddenly they're like, you know what, I don't, like, it's like, no, I don't want to deal with this. And they'll, like, try and walk away. It's like, uh-huh, that's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. You didn't get hurt. If you did get hurt, you'd be like, yeah, let's look at that camera, because that camera's going to prove me right. And the moment you realize there's a camera and you think there is, you're like, oh, crap. Let's see, in Australia, they were getting away with it for years ago. Yeah, and that's what reasons. And for the record, most of those cameras, they're garbage cameras. Like, they're really, yeah, like, them being able to positively ID you is probably next to none. Most of those cameras are absolutely hot garbage. They're for insurance, that they can show that someone did actually, in fact, you know, not pickpocket, that's not the word, shoplift. It's just like cameras outside of buildings. Most of the cameras outside of buildings to like watch for break-ins or vandalism or whatever. Again, they're not good enough to, you know, positively ID a person. They're black and white fuzzy cameras. They're just like, hey, we can see here that someone hucked a brick at the building. That's what it's about. Because usually it's not worth the time of the company to go after the person for the damages, because even if they win, they don't get anything for it. You basically only do it kind of, you know, out of spite of the person who did, to make sure they get their upcomings. Karma got her, though. We were told by loss prevention that she tried to sue Walmart, and no one told her until they were in court that there was a camera pointing down at the aisle and they caught the whole thing. Yep. Don't forget the canola. Yep, I got it. Thank you for the reminder. And you're almost done with that field, so that's good. Alright, your boss when you work retail would look at the camera and tell us cashiers to stop chatting or to do something different. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've definitely had, when I worked retail, I had a couple of managers who were pretty chill about stuff, and I had a couple of managers who, they're like, you're standing too close together, go off and do something. You look around, it's like, to what customers? It's like, we've already got all the stuff from the truck on the shelves, we've tidied up the area. It's not my fault you're calling these holiday hours and didn't bother to tell the customers, so we're open till midnight and there's nobody here since like 8 p.m. It's like, don't get me wrong, when there's customers around, by all means, clustering and all that, you get. Sure. But when it's like there's nobody there for hours... Yeah, now I got stuck closing a lot too. Mostly because I was with a few people willing to work a lot of those hours. A lot of people just wanted, like, the best hours for making sales and all that, which I always found interesting. Like, outside of the holiday season when they do the extended hours and not let anyone know out of the customers, or not well, at least, a lot of times, the closing, you'd end up getting those really big end-of-day sales. Yep, we got two tractors. We got this tractor and the blue one we've been using. And so this one is basically my favorite tractor in the game, mostly because its top speed is almost 40 miles an hour. So we gets around between stuff. Yep. Yeah, no, mine was the same thing. Mine was like end of high school, beginning of college is when I did retail as well. Because I did a number of years in it. Oh, the weed pile is high enough that it's getting stuck on it. Boo. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. There. Solved that problem. Try this again with actually making some progress. Because it keeps, with the course play, it keeps turning on the, when I do the wheat to spit out the hay. I'm sure there's a way we could turn it off and all that. I just don't really care. Alright. So we now need to go to this one, switch to the next trailer. And then that'll be all of the wheat dropped off at our grain mill, which will automatically restock the bakery. Alright, so now we're off to the canola fields to start picking up from our harvester over there. Cool. So yeah, so we spent like almost 400,000 just getting basically a second tractor that's near top of the line. That way we can do multiple fields at the same time, which we couldn't do before. Alright, which way are you going right now? Alright. Then we need to do this where we go out here and we turn around. Okay. Yeah, and this is the first field we did after we got course play. Because what I ended up doing was starting to make some fairly irregular shaped fields. It's fine, I'll let you do your thing real fast. Alright, so this is going to be a little tricky with the double trailer to back up. That'll do. Alright. But yeah, so we take the canola. That we don't need to sell the canola as canola. We can take it as oil. At least I don't believe we need to sell canola as canola. I should probably verify that, but I'm not going to worry about it right this minute. But we'll get it as the oil to keep the money rolling in. All right. Catch people on the way out. It happens. Okay, so I'm not sure where it's going to go to set up its next row. But we can go wherever that is and meet it there. It's probably going to go along the side that I'm near to start the new row there. But we'll end up picking that up as best we can. Alright. I'm pretty sure even picking up that edge wasn't even intentional. Was it the drop? Did the drop a release date for the new farming sim? It's in November. I think they gave the exact date. I don't know what the exact date is off the top of my head. But it's November this year. I don't really know what you're doing right now, Harvester. I mean, I appreciate that you're cleaning up the spot you missed. November 12th? Gotcha. I thought it was early to mid-November, so yeah. So basically that's the whole thing, is that's what I want to try and have the achievements by. And like I said, I'll take a bunch of the grindier achievements. Like there's an achievement for doing enough contracts. I'll probably do that one off stream because I'll probably just be pulling up like one of the earlier maps. And then just doing contract after contract. It's not a super large amount, but it's like 50. And so that can actually take a pretty good while. Okay, so you're gonna go like that. That's fine. So you'll go this way. I will meet you on this end. and then I could follow it the other direction. Okay, so you're still working there. How full are you? You're only 3%, so we're in no rush. So you've got that last stripe to do, and then you've got the... Oh, this is the small field. So you don't think there was anything you want or the DLC's coming out around that time? So you can still focus your attention on farming. Nice. Yeah, no, I was looking at the games releasing this month. I want to say, so I saw like there was like 12 or so of them. There was only 2 that really grabbed my attention, and then one of them was just not a good fit for the channel. I don't remember which ones they were off the top of my head. There was one that I'm like, that's close enough. I could see it maybe. But it'll be a matter of if I get the key. Unfortunately, don't have like the list or anything handy. A lot of times to figure out what games are coming, I'll access like different websites that keep track of things, and there's like different places where people try and keep track of every single game releasing at a given time frame. And then you can kind of picky-choosy your way through. Okay, so I think that's the last field to cultivate right this second. Sainsborg says, your Steam library gets bigger and bigger because everything comes out at the same time, and I need more. I need more of me? Yeah. I've gone to the point, it's actually pretty rare I buy many games on Steam these days. Like, I'll do it I'll buy maybe 1, 2, or 3 games in an entire year. I used to buy tons and tons and tons during each sale, but you get that whole thing where you look at your library and go, I bought all these games because, you know, this one was 50% off, that one was 60% off, that I intend on playing someday. And then you just never find the time. And then by the time you do start having time, like a bunch of other games have come out that you'd rather play. So I've kind of gotten to the point that generally when it comes to buying the games, I try to only buy a game when I am ready to play it right then. Because ultimately I end up saving more money by just not buying and waiting. There says, you realize the reason why Farming Simulator 22 was free on Epic was because Farming Simulator 25 is coming out? Yeah, that's probably a major aspect to it. Also to like build interest, because I want to say they made it free around the same time of the last DLC coming out for Farm Sim 22. So I imagine a big part of it was also a big push to try and get those last Farming Simulator 22 out. It's never a cycle of buying and never touching things. You should probably stop. Yeah, it's those things. Well, it's also, I've found that there's games that's like, oh man, that's 60% off. I should pick that up. And then when I finally do get around to playing it, the game's base price is dropped to like less than half of what it was if I would have bought it then, and then I can catch it on sale. So it's like, okay, you know, I'm realizing now for actually saving money if I just wait till the game comes, like when I actually have time to play it. Unless it's like a big title that I know I'm going to want to play. That's kind of an exception. When like a game is coming out that I know I'm going to very specifically want to play, sometimes I'm going to grab that. That's how they get you. Like, there's definitely been games that's like, I know I'm going to play this as soon as I have the chance, so I feel like I don't feel bad at all about buying it right now, because sales all year round. I mean, they do that too as well. Like, we got the summer sale, you got the winter sale. There usually is a sale around, how full were you? There's usually a sale around the Steam Next Fest. They'll have like the survival week, they'll have like the survival crafter week, the simulation week, the life sim week, the first person shooter week, the RPG week, the indie game week. Like, they do all those things all the time now, so there's always something on sale. Yeah, Fighting Game Fest is going. So it's almost to the point that because of how many sales that happen, you know, there's just not a big reason to look at it. Now, that said, like, if you're very specifically, like, you just, like, automation logistics game. Let's just say you're big that, like, Satisfactory, Factorio, those are your jams. Foundry, those are your jams. That's the genre you play. Like, that's just your draw. In that case, I could see when, you know, the whatever automation logistics week come up, it'd probably be under simulation. But, like, when that genres week comes up, I could see people throwing down to buy a bunch of games right then if that's just their preferred genre. Because there are people who hop between a bunch of genres, and then there's people who are like, I like fighting games. I'm going to play fighting games. That's what I'm going to play. There's nothing wrong with that. I know people who play almost exclusively simulation. I know people who almost exclusively play RPGs. I know a lot of people who do very genuinely exclusively play action RPGs, that they do the whole thing where they play Path of Exile for the beginning of its league, then maybe they play some Diablo 4. If neither of those have something going on, then maybe they play Torchlight Infinite, or they play Last Epoch, and they just kind of go through the rotation as each game has their major update or league or whatever their particular system is. And I know there's a whole bunch of people nowadays who do the, like, the bullet hell, like the, Survivor-style bullet hell. There's a bunch of people that's their genre. That's what they play. Nothing wrong with that. But it just means when that event comes up, everyone grabs it. This is, Enoch says, there will be 11 more sales on Steam before the end of the year. Yup. Let's see, luckily the games you bought in sale this week, you played, don't have to worry about them sitting. Love some puzzle games that end up chewing through them. Oh yeah, that's, I made the comment about, like, people see, like, oh, you know, this game is good because you can get, 2,000-3,000 hours out of it for 20 bucks, and there's certainly a truth to that. But there's definitely some people who the only statistic they care about is hours played per dollar kind of thing. And there's certainly a value. That is certainly a statistic to consider. It's definitely not the be-all statistic. Because there are definitely those games, and puzzle games fall into this category, that you play the game and you're only going to get 20, 30, 40 hours tops before you finished it. And then it's just done. So like a lot of your click adventures fall under that. Your puzzle games fall under that. A lot of your very, very story-heavy games tend to be that. Exception for, like, adventure RPGs can be longer. But, like, a lot of games that are designed to tell you a story, like, Misfortune, for example. You're going to knock out Misfortune in 12, 15 hours or something like that. Maybe 20 hours if you really go to try and catch all the dialogue. But it is an absolutely wonderful game. Does that mean it's not worth it? No. Or, like, for that matter, we played, one of the games that I think really stands out for me is, Unpacking. Unpacking is an incredibly charming game that, you're only going to get, like, 12, 18 hours out of it. It's not a very long game. But I also think it's 12 and 18 hours worth of well spent. Like, it's a unique game mechanic. It stays just long enough to really, really enjoy the experience and tell its story. But it doesn't do that thing where they give, like, more and more, like, procedurally generated missions or some nonsense that, the fun of it wears out really fast. It pops in there. It shows you a mechanic. It gives you a little bit of variety for it. It tells a story extremely well without saying a single line of dialogue. And it is just really an amazing game. It's like, it is also one of those games that when it comes to, like, environmental storytelling, I think is one of the best games I've seen. That they use, you're literally unpacking crap out of boxes moving into houses, and it tells the life story of a character, and it does a good job. Where you actually have moments where you start unpacking the boxes, and you start genuinely being like, oh no, no, this isn't okay, like, this is so upsetting. Like, poor non-ever visibly seen character that we play as and what they're going through. How sad for them. It's like, oh, things are looking so much better for you. Oh, look, we're into coffee now. And it's just really, really good. Highly recommend it. And it's a cheap game. I want to say it's like 12, 15 bucks or something like that. If not, it goes that low on sale. I've done more than one playthrough of that game on there. The downside is one of those games that you play through, and once you've played through it, there's really not much value in playing through it again, other than to try and like relive that experience from the first time, which you can't really do. You bought the remastered Mist and Ribbon. They were a blast, and it brought back fond memories when you play them as a kid. I as a kid had problems getting into Mist and Ribbon. Like, they're good games, they really are. For me as a kid at that age, I wasn't really into puzzle games. Later on, I got a bit more into them. I think it was like the click adventure style games, like the Day of the Tentacle, oh, what is it? Maniac Mansion, the Police Quest, Space Quest, those kind of games. Those are the ones that eventually got me into that, and they do have puzzle elements. But, you know, that puzzle solving that I got into, and it was The Dig. The Dig was, I think, one of the games that really got me into the puzzle aspect. For those who don't know what The Dig is, because that's one back from the old vault, is that was an old LucasArts game that the premise of it is an asteroid is coming to hit Earth. It's a doomsday type situation, and you play as a team of people, primarily the captain of a group of people who are sent to use nukes to divert the asteroid so it doesn't hit Earth. And you succeed in the fact that it takes you someplace you didn't mean to go. And I won't spoil past there, but it uses like cartoon animations on the characters with like much more developed environments. And your whole premise is to try and, you know, get from this place you're at to wherever. And things more go bad before they go good. It's a good game though. But they do have a lot of puzzles, like there's these doors that have combination locks and all that kind of stuff. That reminds you of a movie. It probably predates that movie. The Dig is an old game. Like, it was one of the first games I saw that you could get on CD at all. Like, it was back there. Like, don't get me wrong, I had plenty of games that were floppies only, but that just gives you the time frame. It's right at the very beginning of starting to see CD games. And I believe you could still get on floppy as well. Insane Sports says, unpacking was so good. You remember when you could not hang the diploma on the wall at your boyfriend's house? You put up your things? Yeah, I won't read all that out for people who don't get spoiled. There's definitely a couple of missions you run into. Like it's literally unpacking a box, making you angry. Not angry, but like making you just kind of upset about the situation. We're like, oh heck no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is not allowed. Oh, stop switching gears. And it was fun. While we were playing the unpacking on the stream, like, it was one of those things that, like, as we had finished with a house or as we were going through a house, I'd be like, oh, here's what I think's going on. I would try and kind of give it's like, okay, based on what we're seeing here, it's like, clearly we're like, this is where our character's life is at right now. Here's what's going on. And we hit a house, and I won't spoil the details. I'm like, oh, okay, so here's what I think happened. Like, that sucks. It could be one of these couple things, but this is what I think it is. And then we hit the next house, and a particular item showed up that I won't spoil in the next house. I was like, oh, I misread this situation in a big way. I am definitely not correct on that previous assessment. This is so much worse than what I thought it was. Like, not in like a super awful, like you find a police report or something. But just an item shows up, you're like, oh, this is far worse than like the alternative was. I won't say more because I don't want to spoil for those who do want to check it out. Because that is kind of the fun, that as you're playing through the game and you're like seeing how the story is unfolding, and you know, you're having to kind of parse through going, okay, but exactly what's happening here. All right. Yeah, getting that reaction out of a game that doesn't read you the story. You have to piece it together by what's going on. Yeah. All right. So let's get our harvester out of here. All right. Yeah, Grim Fandango. Hey, Randothor, how's it going? But yeah, notice there's a lot of games that they're there's, and that's the reasons why it's tough to stream certain games. There are certain games that like those kind of things that the reveal of like whatever object showing up and it completely changes the story. Like getting spoiled to that can absolutely ruin the experience. There's one of the reasons I'm kind of glad that I didn't start streaming around the time of like Undertale showing up. Everything I have heard about literally everyone I've seen who has played Undertale, like streamed it versus put up a bunch of YouTube videos when it's kind of an unknown. Every one of them, it was like I had a terrible time. I couldn't do it. You know, like it made me not want to stream, like that kind of stuff. And it's because Undertale just has a very, very passionate community. So it's not even that like they do anything specifically wrong so much. They just cannot help but backseat. It's physically impossible. Alright, so we're done with this in-game day. And it's just one of those things that like it'd be so impossible to play that game and have an audience and not have it ruined for you. Because people genuinely don't want you to miss all the things, and that kind of stuff. So I hear people about like the backseating in Factorio, and I believe them, for the record. Like, to be clear, I believe that they do run into problems where like people can be pretty unreasonable with Factorio and all that. I personally didn't have the experience, but also I didn't play Factorio until like way farther along. Wait, was there something I could harvest today? Or wait, what am I doing? Yes. So sorghum is ready for harvesting. You tried to watch Undertale, it's just not for you, and that's totally fine. My comment about that more was along the lines of there's so many like different endings and you have to be very specific to get the different endings, and there's so much clever hidden humor and all that when people are watching someone stream it for the first time and all that they will actually 100% ruin the game for someone by just not giving them the chance, like, because they don't want you to miss like the hidden cities and all that. And so they'll be like, okay, oh, you know, streamer, you need to go down there. Why are you fighting the monster, streamer? The streamer doesn't know. Streamer is playing it wrong, like that kind of stuff. No, that's not what I want. And so it's just one of those things that like it really gets impossible to play. I've mentioned before, there's only one game in my time playing games on Twitch that like the backseating did reach a point that I was like, okay, hang on, I might not keep playing this game on the channel. Which luckily when it got to that point where I was like, look, you know, you'd instantly go mass murder run and people start doing that. Well, that's the thing. Like, even doing the run, it's referred to as the genocide run. Even doing the genocide run has a whole elaborate thing you have to do. The genocide run, for the record, is the hard run. Like, the really hard run. But, you know, even doing that, people be like, you're doing it wrong. Why are you being weird? It's marking that field. Let's pull on the field farther. That might be the issue. Great job. I'm just being not smart about this. Okay. Yeah, so you deal with that field. You deal with this field. What else do I have that I need to do? This is the big in-game game. So I need to plant the canola. So we're already cultivating that field. We plant the wheat the next day. So you'll need to go get that sorghum. Now you're thinking about unpacking, you have to play again. I did the same thing where I eventually was like, I just want to play another. Like, I think that's half of why I streamed it too. It had been a long time since I'd played Unpack. It's like, you know what? I kind of just want to re-experience this. Like, I know I can't re-experience like it was the first time, because like, you know, I know the beats, and even then we noticed stuff that I hadn't noticed before. Again, I won't spoil it because there's no way I can mention those things without spoiling major parts of the story, as it were. But there were like very minor details that you wouldn't think anything of, but then you look at it and you go, oh, wait a second. There's that there. Do you remember watching Cage playing Stray? Really difficult watching someone struggle without backseating. Well, that's kind of the thing. There's backseating in the sense that people who are just kind of trying to tell you how to play the game, not in the constructive way, but like, you know, it's the hand you the controller kind of way, and that's just always bad. But then there's also people like the backseating, you can understand where it comes from and you feel kind of bad. That it ends up being one of those things that like you're passionate about the game, and this is what happens like Factorio, for example. You're really passionate about the game and you want to help the person, but you know, you're not giving that person the chance to learn as they go. Like, you're ruining the experience for them by doing that. And there's a lot of games that can happen. Like, I'm kind of happy that when I played Project Zomboid, it wasn't really well known. Like, it had been around for a long time and it did have an avid audience, but like it wasn't the game it is now. So far as like right now, like most people, I would argue more people know probably about Project Zomboid than don't. Whether or not they played it or are interested in it is a totally different animal, but they've at least heard of it now. Versus I feel like when I played it, it was kind of this niche game that, you know, a couple people may have heard of or played, and you may have seen a video about it once somewhere, but unless you were like in with the Project Zomboid crowd, you kind of needed someone else to introduce you to it. And I'm glad that I got into it when I did, because I've seen players start nowadays that, and again, it's helpful tips to help them succeed kind of thing. Oh, I'm technically blocking, my bad. But it kind of takes a lot of the stuff that are like the lessons you learn along the way, and I'm glad that I had to learn them the hard way, because it just, I don't know, for me it's overcoming difficulty and all is a major aspect of the game. Does he only help when asked? But you have to send your hands. Oh yeah, and that was a discussion we had with Subnautica when I first played that, because I played that for the first time, like properly played it on the channel. Like I had briefly played it once before, but we're talking like I'd put maybe 3 or 4 hours into the very beginning of the game. And it was one of those ones like, oh, I know I'm going to need to put aside, like originally I thought Subnautica was a very long game. As like, oh, I'm not going to need to set aside like 100+ hours to get through this game. You know, the reality is it's nowhere near that long. But, you know, I didn't know the game. I hadn't spoiled myself because I'd heard nothing but good things, so I wanted to experience it for the first time myself. But that was the game that I finally was like, okay, I'm going to need all of you to sit on your hands. It's like, you've ruined multiple things for me now. And it didn't end up being that big of things. But like there was stuff I didn't know was in the game that people were talking about. And it's because they were passionate. They weren't trying to backseat. They weren't trying to spoil. It was they're very passionate about the game. It's a very good game, and they were just really, really kind of getting into it. But unfortunately, the reality was they were spoiling a lot of the stuff for me. And it was kind of one of those things I finally had to be like, look, like, you know, I get that you're all excited. I understand it's not coming from a bad place or anything like that. But y'all spoiling stuff for me. Once we had that talk, it was fine though. Like once I kind of was like, here's the deal. If this doesn't calm down, I'm going to stop playing because I want to enjoy this game, and I'll take it to playing it offline if that's where it goes. And once we did that, we had no more problems with it. I had no problems with the like, don't get me wrong, every one of those games, like, every once in a while, you'll have sort of pause, like, have you done this? It's like, hey, don't tell me what to do. Like, you'll have that once in a while. But I'm talking about, like, where people, like, really were going over the top with the spoilers and all that. You have to, like, kind of be like, hey, hang on. Zexborg says, you know that feeling. You have 4,000 hours in Stardew, and the urge to help streamers you watch is strong, but then you remember the experience and the feeling first playthrough. Remind myself not to take the experience away from them. Not gonna lie, it's hard. Oh yeah, no. Sometimes you absolutely have to be like, what am I going to do? Like, I want the person who is playing this game to enjoy it. How do I accomplish that? And there's a reason they say sit on your hands. You need to get your hands away from your keyboard. The best thing you can do for them enjoying the game is to not participate in them enjoying the game, other than wasn't that cool. Like, celebrate after the fact. There's definitely games I've been passionate about that you wanted, especially when someone is like getting frustrated and struggling with something, but there's like a trick to it, and you're like, well, no, if I tell them the trick, that ruins it for them. They're not going through that fun experience or all that. Yeah, they're frustrated, but that's the point of this game. Like, this particular game, it is overcoming those frustrations or figuring out the puzzle. Like, to give you like the old Mega Man equivalent, like going back in the day of the original Mega Man games, every boss had a weakness to a different boss. So once you unlocked your first power, which was a handful that were ones you were expected to unlock, you would turn around and go to the next one, take that power, and wreck them once you figured it out. And if someone's like, oh, you got cut, man, you need to go over there and kill that guy now, because he's weak. Like, that's part of the fun was actually going, it's like, okay, so I got this guy, and his whole thing is he punches super hard. Which one do I think is the one who's weak to the one where you punch super hard? Hey, it's Glass Man. All right, let's go punch Glass Man in the face. Hey, look, I figured it out. Not. Enoch saying, people watching Baldur's Gate get really bad in this regard. A lot of them come in with their first message something like, have you done X yet? And immediately throw potential spoilers. Like, did you stop this character from killing that other character yet? And you're just kind of staring. It's like, I'm in Act 1. Why would you spoil this for me? I actually don't know if that happens. I assume it does. Because of the nature of those games, there's going to be a way you can get the dialogue wrong that you can kill a bunch of your characters. That's just how those games have always been. And all that. But it is one of those things that, like, absolutely that happens. And it's especially, like, and the worst part is those are parts, as someone who like watches it, usually those are the parts you want to see the most. It's like you'll have those big emotional moments of like, oh, we have this one main character who's gonna kill this other main character. Have you gotten to the part yet? Or for like Doki Doki Literature Club, there is The Moment, which for those who haven't played that, if you're into psychological horror games, is excellent and free for the normal version. There's like a version that has more features that you have to pay for. There is a moment that the game goes from, aw, it's this cute little anime uwu game, and then you go, oh god, what is this? It's one of those moments that, like, when you see someone catch that scene, it is rough. It is, again, psychological horror. We're not going to say what the scene is, because also trigger warning kind of things on that. But it's a difficult thing. And the game punches you right in the emotional mouth, because it makes you sit through becoming friends and having all this cutesy nonsense, and then says, but also, I'm a psychological horror game. Get wrecked. But if someone spoils it to you, it's like, oh, just so you know, the next scene is the big scene, it ruins the whole thing. Because the game already does enough to set you up where you're like, what am I walking into? What am I walking into? And the person's like, oh yeah, here's what happens there. You're like, oh, come on, man. Yeah, don't tell people the scene in which, yeah. It's like, you can tell someone who's played Doki Doki because you say the scene, they're like, I know the one. I know the one. There's a lot of scenes in that to do a lot of things, but I know the scene. We are on the same page. I know the scene you are talking about. It's also where the most people quit playing the game. Where that psychological horror tag shows its face and they go, nope. Nope. I thought it was on for Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. I would like off the ride now. I would much rather not be on this ride anymore. This ride, not for me. It's a good game. It's definitely like, if you're into psychological horror, it's a good game. If you're someone who is not in a great place, mental health wise, or easily disturbed, it is not a safe game for you, most likely. And that is me trying to be entirely genuine. It has a big disclaimer that says, do not play this game as you are easily disturbed. Take that crap seriously. That game will absolutely wreck people. It's a great game, but it is not one that pulls its punches. I still need to go through. They had the where you'd buy the because like the original was free, and then they added like a bunch of extra content, and you buy that version of the game that has like a bunch of extra stuff because people kept demanding more and more, and the developer really didn't intend on making many more Doki Doki, and then it was just like, okay, I mean, everyone's asking for it, sure, I'll make more, but like I need to make money off this, and even then it was like a very fair price. You couldn't play Sonya's Sacrifice. It triggers something. You have no idea what, but I just know. Yeah, no, there's definitely some games that you play and you're just like, you know what? I'm just not okay with this game. And it doesn't need to be anything that's like that severe, like the psychological horror where, you know, maybe it hits too close to the heartstrings on like, you know, various trigger words, depression, whatever. Sometimes it can just be you're playing a game and you're going into and you're like, you know what? This game is just not sitting well with me. And that's honestly happened with some of the early access games we've tried, that they've had what I'd say are some controversial mechanics they've added to the game. And I don't mean like loot boxes, like they let you do stuff that is very edgy in real life. And that there's been a couple that I played, I'm like, you know what, I'm really not even comfortable doing this in a video game. Like, even in a video game, this is not something, like, this fills me with the ick. And I play RimWorld, and I'm totally fine with that. So that gives you a gauge of where we're at with these kind of things. The Lord's one, yeah, I did hear that they supposedly made it way better about stuff. I didn't end up going back. They just made some weird decisions on the stuff they let you do. I'm like, but why would they? Because it didn't feel like you even had the optional about doing the awful things. So like RimWorld, you could do some terrible things, and I've certainly done most of them. You can do some pretty awful things. But like it's always an option. You don't have to do cannibalism in RimWorld. You don't have to do organ trade in RimWorld. You don't have to do drug production in RimWorld. Now, you can, but none of those are forced on you. You opt into those things. But that Lord's game was like at the beginning, it had slavery in the game. But you could force adult relations with people you have in prison. And I was like, what the absolute. And it wasn't an optional mechanic. The tutorial literally required you to do it to progress it. And I was just like, I am too icked out by this game. Like literally we did that. I played for maybe 15 more minutes, like, you know what? I'm out. This is just way too no. You heard that they just scrapped the mechanic and yeah, every single person who I knew played. I knew like a dozen or so people who played it, and they're like, the graphics are great. Like, the idea of this, like, larger world map and how it works is awesome. And just, like, all of these things going for the game. And then there was this, like, mechanic you were forced. They're just like, this mechanic really is just a deal breaker. It's just way too edgy. Like, it'd be another one of those things if it was an optional mechanic. But, like, literally the tutorial required you to do it. And it was just like weirdly, it's like RimWorld if the game was like weirdly obsessed with sex. And it just really didn't feel okay. Like it really felt gross. But that said, I don't know. They may have changed. I don't remember the name. It's something like how was it? Norlords or something like that. But it was big. It was vaguely like in the RimWorld aspect. But like the graphics are great. It was still like pixel arty, but like they're really solid graphics. Which is what drew me to it. It's like, this game looks gorgeous. It has all these systems to it that looks really interesting. And then you kind of get caught off guard by that, and you're just like, but why? But why? It doesn't matter if the tutorial said you can do this if you like, or you can skip it. I honestly wouldn't have even included it in the tutorial. Like, with RimWorld, they don't go through every mechanic and going, hey, by the way, you can hack people apart and take their organs. And don't get me wrong, RimWorld from the tutorial standpoint is pretty not great. Its tutorial is, fairly lacking. They more don't even really do a tutorial in RimWorld. It's more you do a thing and a little prompt pops up that's like text you can read. Which is pretty not amazing for teaching a game, but it's fine. Yeah, it's not a proper tutorial. It's just when you do stuff, it pops up a thing and all that. Let's see, Ranthor says, Bugsnax is a good 20-hour puzzler game. Was watching a streamer play, lasted like 20 minutes and got creeped out and played something. Yeah, like, and Bugsnax is fine with me, but I could definitely see, like, if you're someone who... I mean, I guess you could arguably call it body horror. I could see someone who's, like, very sensitive about, like, body horror kind of things. Even though it does it super cutesy and all that, I could definitely see that one getting people into not a great place. Yeah, it's called the Learning Helper, but yeah, it's not a proper tutorial. It's like when you start and the very first time you play, because you've not ticked off any of the things, it'll be like, hey, you know... Alright. It'll be like, hey, your people are gonna get hungry. You should get them food. Hey, look, there's a raid going up on here. By the way, you know, raiders are dangerous. You should be careful about them. It's just kind of one of those things that, but you have to like hop into the windows themselves. It doesn't like pop up a dialogue box that explains everything. That's what got him. You didn't see that way till you watched him. Oh yeah, no, that's the kind of thing that's like, there's just some things, like, and some, I actually did a social media post the other day that is kind of, just the other day, it was just, you know, some days you just kind of need to feel some feels that, you like, you don't have a reason. It's not like a sad day, it's not like a rough day or whatever. You're just like, you know what, I just need to feel a little bit of feel right now. Like, I just need to watch a movie that goes up and says, hi, you're having a good day, right? What if suddenly you were just really sad? And you're just like, yeah, I could go for that. And it happens. Like, you'll have those days, you're like, you know what, I just kind of want to feel something. And the example I gave, I'm not a big Disney person, but because I live not far from Disney, I know tons of people who work for Disney. You know, I've got nieces and nephews, so there is no shortage of Disney around me. I've seen a lot of Disney, but it isn't like I typically go and say, oh man, that Disney movie, really what I want to see. But very genuinely, like, when I'm just like, you know what, I just really kind of just, you know, I've been too happy today. I just want to have a little bit of a sad moment. That I was like, you know what, there's the movie Encanto, which is an excellent movie. Highly recommend. But there is a song in the movie that the gist of it is feeling like you need to kind of carry the weight for everyone else, that like if you can't do it, what even is your value? And that, like, you know, this endless stacking of all this pressure, and you know someday you are going to break. Like, you cannot keep that up. It's just not realistic. And that song absolutely wrecks me, because that's the kind of way I felt about myself when I was much younger. That, like, if I couldn't help people, what even was the point of me, kind of thing. It's not a healthy place to be. Don't do that. Having your entire self-worth based on what you can do for other people, not a good place to be. Definitely like negative 10 out of 5. Don't recommend. It's a great way to mess you up. But that song gets to you, because like for me, because that's the thing I personally dealt with. that song just really strikes a nerve. But I went on social media, I was like, hey, here's the thing that, like, when I'm just feeling the need to feel the feels, like, this is something that I know I can do to, feel those feels. Like, what is something that gets you there? Like, what is something that when you want to feel some feels, you can make that happen? And with that, I think for a lot of that, it's kind of what your own personal, like, struggles you've gone through in your life matters. So, like, for some people, it's they've suffered a loss, and so the thing that is, like, the movie they go to or the song they go to is a song where, the grandmother passes away in, like, the first chapter, or, like, something like Up, which says, hey, let's speedrun wrecking your feels right now. There's no time. Your feels need to be destroyed. And Up says, I am ready. We're 5 minutes into the movie. Prepare to start bawling. We need to stop mean like this. How y'all doing? Yeah. Let's see. Clannad was the first show you've seen that actually made you stop. Clannad. Clannad. I don't know that one. There was a few movies that people brought up with that I hadn't heard about, and then like you look up like the synopsis of what the movie is, and you go, oh yeah, I can 100% understand why that would wreck you. Like, there was one that it was basically from the perspective, like, some of this random grandparents that, like, World War II was going on around them, and kind of watching them, like, slowly die from radiation or so. I was like, that sounds terrible. I can understand why that movie would ruin you. That sounds like the exact kind of movie that says, hey, I want to see your tears, like, just pour. There will be no happiness here. Only pain. But hey, there's times that people go to a movie just, to feel angry, to feel sad, to feel whatever they want to feel. There's value in that. Why do you quit switching gears and make me have to adjust it? I want to squeeze you dry kind of movie. Exactly. It's like, this movie, my only goal is to taste the salty taste of your tears. That's all this movie is here to deliver. It is to make your eyes straight up incontinent. Till you tear until there are no tears left to give. It's an anime. Yeah, no, there's been some few one there, but just it happens. Like, I'm not generally a person who goes to, like, constantly feel the sad feels, the angry feels, but it's maybe once or twice a year that you're like, you know what, like, just feeling the need to feel a little bit. Not that I don't have feelings without it or whatever. But you're just in that day, you're like, you know what, I just want to feel a little sad today. Which is a weird thing to think. But, Go. Go. You could do a transmission. We need to repair the truck. It's struggling a little bit to get the speed. It's a little overdue for a fixer-upper. And we're starting to feel it where its transmission is getting a little unhappy with us. Because for those who don't know, in this game, as your maintenance goes down, every vehicle is affected differently, like the type of vehicle. For the trucks and all that, they kind of lose a bunch of their torque and top speed. So we're getting to the point where we're starting to actually feel that maintenance hurting the performance of our vehicle. Okay, and you're putting down the canola. The wheat is tomorrow in game. That's fine. How are we doing for time? We'll probably not. We'll probably get this sorghum field done, and we probably won't quite get the next field started. Sextuple Negative saying, you can relate. You don't often cry, but every once in a while, you just really want to watch experience something, get your eyes wet. Yeah, every once in a while, you just kind of want to feel. That's kind of just the way it is. Like, some days you just want to feel the feels. I don't know why. It's not very often, but sometimes you're just like, you know what? I haven't expressed this feeling in a while. Let's get us to some. Or the opposite of, like, you're going through a time that you're kind of feeling that, and you just kind of want to go, like, let's just lean into it. Like, little sad. Let's just lean into the little sad. Get it. Flex that emotional muscle. Get it out of your system. Get those feelings. It's the I had coworkers who the thing that they would do is usually it was Fridays. but they had the whole thing that they would, you know, somewhat jokingly refer to as getting the poison out. That the entire idea was they would have something they would do at work, like they get into, you know, some sports, like some conversation about like competing football teams, and they get really riled up, like really kind of worked up over it, to the point of borderline yelling with each other. But it's kind of this like mutual thing that they're like, you know, our job is very stressful. We get all this stuff that's frustration and pain and just all that kind of nonsense during our time at the office. And so their entire philosophy was Friday, they would do the stuff that was basically antagonizing each other to just kind of get that yelling out where they're at mutual terms so they could get the poison out, so that they had worked out all that frustration and all that from the job before they went home to the weekend to their kids and family and all that, you know, to try and help keep, you know, where like you're frustrated at work and you come home and something that's really not a big deal is just that kind of thing, like the last straw on the camel's back. Just get it out of their system. I don't know if that philosophy actually works at all, by the way, but it's kind of in that same area. Like sometimes just want to get that out of your system. Just watch House of Dragon. Your feelings are not okay. Oh man, there's definitely those movies or games that you play that you finish it and you're like, okay, I don't want to really discuss this movie right now. I really kind of just want to be by myself and process what I've just experienced, because I'm gonna need a little while to figure it out. Like this did things. This did things that are gonna need to take a little bit of time for me to really figure out where I'm going, and then, you know, compartmentalize it or whatever. Because sometimes you're feeling depressed, you listen to depressing songs. When you stop, it doesn't feel as bad. I mean, yeah, there's a certain truth to like getting it out of your system. Like it's not one of those things that like, oh, someone's sad, go have yourself a cry. There is some of that working, but it's also not like a one-stop shop kind of thing that it's like, oh, you're just sad, well, go have yourself a cry, you'll feel better. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But there's definitely one of those things that like something's just been eating at you for a while, and you're just like, you know what, let's just have ourselves a cry. Like this, you know, dealing with this family problem has been really rough on me for a while. Like you got to put on the brave face for your family members so they don't feel like they're causing you harm or whatever. And you're just like, you know what, but I need to feel these feels, I need to process these, I need to get these out of my system and all that. I'm not in that situation, but I have been there before where someone's going through a thing and there's nothing you can do to help it, but you got to kind of put on that face so that, you know, it's just not another thing on their already difficult plate. But then you do need time by yourself to be like, look, I need to just get this out. Lottie Bear saying, Rosar, I feel like a game that gave you the most feels was Endling's Extinction is Forever. You think it's called that game? You went from, aw, this is kind of cute, to sobbing like a baby for a good 5-10 minutes. Yeah, one of the ones that got me was the Walking Dead Telltale game. That, like, we won't spoil the last scene I'm talking about. But the last scene, you know the one, you don't need to say what it is. If you've played, you know the scene. But that scene where it makes you make a certain decision, and you're just like, no, don't do this. No, that's not okay. And just straight, like, I'm almost teary-eyed just thinking about the scene. Which is fine. But it's just, you get that scene, you're like, no, please, no, don't make me make this person make this decision. I'm not okay with this. Walk away. We don't need to decide this. We can walk away. Just have it play out somehow, and it just happens. Yeesh. Oh, It Takes Two? Yeah, It Takes Two's got some rough scenes in it as well. I imagine, like, for me that did hit a little bit. I imagine for a parent. I can only imagine for a parent, It Takes Two is probably probably a rough game to play, like in the good and the bad way. It is probably one of those games you play and you're just like, oh man. Just... Right, we're selling the sorghum. I was having a moment, it's like, where am I taking this again? You rage quit the game with the stealth stuff? Yeah, I haven't played that one, but yeah, no, I was, so like... Definitely The Walking Dead had the finale. That scene wrecks. That's a big old basket of feels. That's another one I'd imagine that, like, again, if you have a kid or a niece or whatever, or even a nephew that's like fairly young, that you can relate to some of the main characters in it, that could be the kind of scene I could imagine they present you with that choice. You're like, nope, can't do it. I need to walk away. You know, take 10, 15 minutes, you know, use the restroom, grab yourself a snack, like just get your head together and be like, okay, we're going back, we're making the decision, and we're being done with it. And the reason why I'm selling the sorghum as opposed to dropping off the granary is one of my achievements is to sell, I think it's 500,000 liters of sorghum. And to give you an idea, that one field was about 65,000 liters, and then the other field I want to say is like 70, 80,000 liters. So it'll take us about 3-ish harvests to complete that achievement, and then we'll be done with the sorghum for that. At which point, then I gotta make the decision of, do I keep growing the sorghum for making bread for cash, or do we potentially switch the sorghum off to one of the other crops that I need for the achievement? But yeah, no, there's a lot of... It Takes Two. If you're ever looking for a game to play, like, either... It doesn't need to be, like, a romantic partner or whatever. It can be really close friends, a sibling, a family member, someone you're in a relationship with. It Takes Two is a good game for really, really, really... Is it achievement for harvest or sell? Sell. If it was harvest, we would have finished it a long time ago. Because again, it'd only be about 3 harvests, and we've done a lot more than 3 harvests of the sorghum. But that's why I didn't get the achievement yet, is it's for selling sorghum, not for harvesting. I could double check it, but I'm pretty sure it was selling. It doesn't help that weirdly Farm Sim likes to just obscure all of its achievements. You should be able to buy it at the spigot. Oh, just buy a whole bunch of sorghum and then turn around and sell it? Yeah, I could do that later when I have more money. At the moment, though, I need the money, and I can just, you know, buy it, and sorry, not buy it. I can harvest it, turn around, and sell it again. Oh, right, we need to repair this thing. So let's quickly just turn around and repair this, because it's starting to get a little bit slow. Yeah, there's going to be certain achievements that I'm not too worried about focusing on, because we'll be able to do it pretty fast. So, like, I'll probably just buy the bees in this run, but if for whatever reason I didn't get that done on stream, that's the kind of achievement I could literally just go into a game, take the maximum loan, and just buy a bunch of bees. And that'll just give me the achievement. Because that one, it's buying the bees, it's not getting the honey or anything else like that. Alright. There isn't anything interesting on sale right now I care about. No, not really. Alright, but the good news is I've got a bunch of surplus of money now, because we are getting this money instantly because of just selling stuff directly. And we're getting a little bit of money every in-game day kind of thing, because we've switched from actually collecting all of the bread and the strawberries and all those things to just saying, just sell it directly, just be done with it. And so with that, we'll get a lot of progress there. Meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and run over here. And the reason I haven't started the harvester on this one is setting up the harvester and getting this going means I'll be committing to like another 30 or whatever minutes to the stream. And it is getting kind of late, so we are going to just wrap up the seeding here, which will still take us probably another 10 minutes or so. And then we'll wrap up for the day. My plan here is with the money we've got, I'm not going to do it right this second, we'll wait till we get back, is I'm going to buy this tile of land, maybe push for that tile of land, get both of them, we'll see. I'm going to buy this tile of land, and what we're going to do with that is the bottom half of this tile of land, we're just going to make into another field for crops. Like, I haven't decided what crop we're going to put there. It could just be more canola, it could be more sorghum, and I might even go in here and take it where we get rid of these two fields, and I draw a field that goes down here and up and around. So it'll be like kind of a long, narrow field. Get rid of this one entirely. It's too narrow for where it's at anyways. So we can get rid of that one. We can put more buildings in this area. And so maybe this just becomes a large wheat field. I haven't figured that out. We'll figure that out, but this side is a crop. Hey, Undead Baron. Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, but welcome in, Raiders. If I'm going to shout out for Undead Baron, I really do appreciate the raid and all that good stuff. But for those who don't know, Undead Baron, an absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a variety of games, does like a lot of like survival crafter games, the occasional horror game, all that kind of thing. Does like a lot of Project Zomboid. I believe you've done Aska. I know you've done lots of the Forest, Sons of the Forest, that is, and a bunch of the other stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. We play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever stream. Gotcha, Nebbear. You sleep well. Thank you again for the raid and hanging out and all that. But definitely, let me go ahead and get you a shout out real fast, if someone else doesn't beat me to it. Undead Baron. That is literally I tried to say undefined as opposed to Undead Baron. Shout out for Undead Baron, who is playing some Humanit Z today. Yeah, I watched you playing that. I didn't catch you today because I was streaming, but I watched yesterday. I caught you playing Humanit Z, which is vaguely Project Zomboid-ish, a little bit more arcadey, more 3D than the isometric. Looks interesting. I know, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I was trying to remember with the, with Humanit Z, I think my issue is I think I bought it when it came out and it was just crashing on my computer, so I ended up not getting to check it. I haven't gone back to check it. It looks good. But, relaxing farming simulator? Yeah, no, we've been doing this. I'll probably, I was actually telling my community, I was like, alright, we'll be wrapping up soon. I'll go a little bit longer. So let me go ahead and get the harvester here, because I actually was about to wrap up. But, you know, with everyone popping in here, we'll go a little bit longer. Why not? I don't got anything major going on tomorrow. And besides, that tomorrow me's problem. Today me doesn't care about tomorrow me. Alright, so we are working on this. Used to be the Survivor Man Challenge. For those who are not familiar with that, the Survivor Man Challenge is where you start with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. That said, we have stopped doing the Survivor Man Challenge. We did that for a very long time. And honestly, we haven't added a new field since we finished that. I'll give you a tour here in just a second. Yeah, that'll be fine. You are ready to work here. I was trying to get all my workers off doing stuff before I start the tour. That way, you know, stuff's getting done. Today me says tomorrow me gets no sleep. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to go that much later. We might go like an extra hour or something like that. Alright. And you are probably seeing that I am using Courseplay. We actually did most of this where I wasn't. But it just got to the point as the farm grew more and more and more, I eventually did have to turn to Courseplay just to make things manageable time-wise. Alright. So with that, so when I started this run, I started with this dilapidated bus, which is just a place that we could fast forward time, this chainsaw, and then this truck. And then the rules were I could not take any loans or leases or sell the truck, and I had to build up from $0 with a chainsaw from there. And I technically owned the land right here because I had to for the mechanics of the game to even work. And we were on the hardest economic settings, and with that, we managed to get a lot done. So the first thing we did is this hill used to be covered with trees like those other hills out in the distance. Let's say you played Farming Simulator, Worker Bee drove your combine, drove your combine in the water. Yeah. So we cleared all the trees off of this, cutting them down chunk by chunk, putting them in the back of the truck. And the sell point is over where you see that balloon. It's kind of below that. So it's way over there, hence giving myself the truck. But after we cleared a bunch of these trees, we got ourselves some greenhouses because all I have to do is add water and out come strawberries and all that. And then with that, we slowly built up our stuff till we could get over here. And by the way, this map, all these roads and lampposts and fields, I had to design all of this. Every building you see here, other than the sell point way over there, is something I've added. So we added ourselves a field over here. Eventually, we used that money to get ourselves more fields and more fields. And that led us to the grain mill. And then we used the money at the grain mill to eventually buy ourselves a bakery to start properly getting money. And then from there, we expanded on to the point of getting more fields over here and expanding our operation even more and more and more. And we pop over here. We, for a little while, had sheep. We eventually did get rid of the sheep because it's just a tiny little pen. We are actually going to be expanding into doing animals because I'm trying to get the achievements before the new version of the game drops in November. And when I mean new version, I mean like major version, not an update. So eventually expanded again canola, and now we're producing oil. And again, all these roads and everything I've added. So you're probably done seeding. That's totally fine. So let's bring this around real fast. Because I'll just show you the sell point real quick. And then I need to hop back in that vehicle and get it spraying herbicide. Well, actually, no. We turned off the weeds. Now we're not doing the hardcore thing. It was just this last stream that I stopped doing the challenge and turned to just what's basically a normal run now. And that's because of the new game being announced in just a couple months. If I'm going to get the achievements, you know, I got to work on it now. But yeah, so when we get over here, like this cobblestone road I added as well, all the lampposts I added. This dirt road we made up here, that's the only road that started on this map. This dirt road here, that was here to begin with. And all it does, it leads over to where you buy your tractors and you sell your goods. So yeah, so this building over here is the only part of the map that is here when you start. So yeah, just this little area up here is the only thing that's here when you start. All the rest of it, anything you see that isn't a dirt road in this building, we've added. And it's just so you can buy tractors and sell stuff. It's a requirement for the game to function. There are maps that you can take some beginning money and build that yourself, but you have to give yourself the money to do that, so it doesn't really change anything. Alright, so with that, we're going to park up our truck again, because I need to get my tractor that was it was seeding that other field. I'm going to need to drop the seeder and switch over to getting the sprayer, which now that I think about it, if I'm not doing the herbicide anymore, that means I can't actually spray it with the fertilizer right now, because you can't fertilize twice in a row. You have to do something in between. We might see if I could still just spray it with herbicide to make that available. Yeah, so I've got this one cultivating the field we just harvested the sorghum from. Oh, that's fine. We can just park the truck over here. Alright. So you're done seeding this field. I don't see any spots you missed, so that's good. But yeah, so Farming Simulator, if you've never seen this game before, it's pretty straightforward. It's a game where you farm. That's what it is. But you can do it where it's like really challenging or really easy. You should be able to fertilize ahead of the cultivator. So ahead of the cultivator. Well, there's one big problem with that I've already cultivated. Ahead of the seeder. Okay, so I'll need to know that for the future. So this time, I still have a little bit of herbicide left. We'll just deal with that for right here. So let's go ahead and grab the fertilizer I've got in here. I'm going to dump that out in the ground. And then go get our herbicide. Which should be this row of containers. And I'm gonna need to hurry because pretty soon our harvester is gonna be full, and I'll need to do that. It depends on the order the seeder works, as it does both the seeding and the fertilizer. Yeah, that's the thing that I wasn't sure on. I believe we've tried to fertilize after using the seeder with the fertilizer, and it just didn't do anything. But that's okay. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it does go where it seeds, then fertilizes, not the other way around. But yeah, so I can correct this, and then just in the future, I'll need to know to spray first, seed second. Because normally I didn't have to worry about it because I had to put down the herbicide because we had weeds turned on until just literally today. Because we are trying to massively expand the farm for achievement hunting. So taking the time to do all that is going to set us back a while. Alright, so let's get you working here real fast. So create job, regenerate the route. And that's a mod I'm using there that all it does, it takes the AI. The AI that the game comes with is really, really dumb. Like, really, really, really dumb. To a point of frustration. And it just gives it so we can work with it a little bit better. Man, you're basically full from the looks of it. The question is, where are you going? You gonna lay down? Have a good night? Alright, Insane Sport. You sleep well. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, so I think it might be going to this path on the right, which will be perfect. Alright. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Don't turn that way. Alright, I'm sorry. But yeah, so the achievement we're working on right now is I have to sell 500,000 liters of sorghum. I've been growing sorghum for a long time in this round. In this challenge, when I was doing the challenge. The thing is, I was turning the sorghum into flour, which wasn't technically selling the sorghum. So good news, I only have 3 harvests I have to do, and this will be the second one to finish the achievement. And so that should be going pretty quick. But then I got a whole bunch of other stuff. I got to do cotton, I've got to do sugar cane, I've got to do grapes. I have to turn the grapes into raspberries and sell them, or not raspberries, into raisins, and I got to sell them. I've got to sell eggs. I can't remember what I have to sell from the cows, if it's milk or whatever. We have to, actually, I can't remember if I have to sell that. I know with the pigs, I don't have to sell the pigs, I just have to get a bunch of pigs. So it's just basically a variety of stuff. And because I've done nothing but challenge runs the entire time I played Farm Sim on the challenge, and for the record, I do play a very wide range of games from like RimWorld, from time to time I'll play Product Zomboid, nowhere near as much as I used to. Kind of just waiting for Build 42. I do lots of like Simulation, Tycoon, City Builder, Settlement Builder. Like we started today's stream with, there's a game called Software Incorporated, which is a Tycoon game around running a software company, where we became patent trolls. We were just patenting stuff as aggressively as possible and making our antivirus, that our antivirus is known as, wait, it was practically malware or something like that, or it's something like effectively malware or something like that was the name of our antivirus. And then eventually we developed an operating system that was oh man, I wish I could remember the names. It was something like it wasn't partially effective OS, or it's something like practically useless operating system or whatever. Cow is milk and either manure or, yeah, something basically fertilizer. Yeah, that could be as well. Yeah, the achievements can take a while. The good news is, as big as these fields are, where it takes us 3 harvests to do it, worst case scenario is I could use these same fields, do the 3 harvests of sorghum, flip them over to cotton, do the 3 harvests or whatever it is of cotton, flip them over. I could do that as the worst case scenario. I probably won't do it that way. With the amount of money we're making now, I would be able to go and set up a new field, so I can make a brand new field that is cotton, And then, like, if this gets finished in the meantime, they could set up one of these fields to be one of the other crops and one of the other fields to be the other crops. You get the idea. That I could get it so instead of doing one, then the next, do them more asynchronously. Alright. Okay, that chamber's full, so we scooch up to start filling the second chamber. But yeah, no, the good news is I actually do have a lot of the achievements in the game already, but it's, a lot of the ones are like, just sell a lot of this crop kind of thing are the ones I'm missing. Because with the challenge mode and how slow it was with, like, the low economy, I was literally, like, harvesting those wheat fields, and I'd have, like, this little, like, what was it, like, 3-meter wide cedar or whatever. I was doing that, and then I'd have, like, the 1.6 meter wide plow that I'm just, you know, spending, like, I don't even want to think of how long getting that sorted. And it was one of those things that, you know, after I'd done a couple of times to get that all figured out. But, you know, we got to a point where we had enough fields that then it was a matter of any money we got, we had to upgrade our tools to just make it not so painful. That beginning of it, where you're sitting there plowing an entire field like this, and your plow is 1.6 meters or 3 meters or whatever it was, the smallest one. Oh my god, that was so terrible. It was like literally you'd be sitting there plowing the thing for over an hour, just one part of the process. But that's the whole reason it was a challenge run. You were dealing with that. Versus, to give you a context, I think this is, what is it, 16 meters wide, 18 meters wide? So if you'll imagine 1/16 the width, give or take a little bit. Or like 1/8 the width, or whatever it ends up being. The point is, it's like 5 different segments for this thing folding up. It would be the one segment on the far outside is slightly bigger than what we were doing. Oh yeah, and we had the little teeny tiny. Oh no. Oh, it's not... Okay, that's not gonna work. Alright, so cancel that real fast. Okay, so I'm going to do something and turn back on the weeds. Because what I'm realizing is because we have the weeds turned off, it's not actually accepting the herbicide. So we're literally just burning money, having the person do lap spraying something that doesn't do anything. Which I was using it to try and reset the, reset this so I could fertilize it again. Because fertilizer's a really big deal in this game. Like, it'll add something like 100% to your yield if you do 2 rounds of it. So I've got 1 round already done, but I need the second round. The thing is, the game has a mechanic where you can't just back-to-back fertilize a field. Okay. So now we should see it change colors. I should have stayed and watched it. So it should turn lighter when it starts spraying. Or not. Alright, well I guess we won't worry about that. Which does mean what I'm probably going to have to do is we can spray it tomorrow, and it shouldn't destroy our crops if we do it at the first phase of growth. If we come by later, it can... Oh, actually, no, it can't, because we turned off crop destruction a while ago because the AI was destroying all my crops and I was getting salty about it. And not the normal AI, the AI from the, Courseplay. So I just went ahead and turned it off because I got tired of my crops getting destroyed. That's fine. But yeah, so we won't be able to, at least I don't believe we'll be able to fertilize this. We'll try hitting the corner and see if it lets me fertilize it. It shouldn't. But otherwise we'll have to wait till the next in-game day. And the absolute worst case scenario is we just say forget it, whatever. It gets 1 round of fertilizer, we just won't make nearly as much money. Which isn't my favorite option, but, you know. You gotta deal with what you gotta deal with. You didn't know it was destroying crops? Oh yeah, so by default, you have crop destruction on, where basically, while the crops are siege, you can drive over them, no problem. The first phase of growth, you can drive over them, no problem. It's somewhere around the second or third phase of growth, if you drive over them at that point, unless you have the narrow crop tires, you destroy whatever your wheels roll over. Because the idea is you're crushing your crops. But you can turn that off. But we turned it off dealing with the AI just driving over our junk and destroying it. Because, like, it's one thing if I backed into a field and destroy it, you know, that's on me. So just cut across. That's definitely not changing. Yeah, because if it says 100% here, then we're good. Nope, still says 50. Okay. So what's going to happen is this is going to sit right over here. Because I'm going to need to fertilize this tomorrow. But I cannot fertilize it today, because you're not allowed to fertilize back-to-back in this game for whatever reason. Like, in real life, that's not a big deal, but in this game, it's a decision they've made that you can't fertilize and just keep going with it. Alright. So let's get back over here, because that's about full, because I've been busy running around doing that. You think it's forced on them? Like it's forced on... Oh, here. That's fine. As the game is basically a map painter? Yeah. That's a weird idea that you have to fertilize twice. Well, I mean, there's a certain idea behind one pass of fertilizer not being enough. Like, I'm okay with the idea if you do a second pass of fertilizer, or you could reduce the speed. Let's see, you have to paint the fertilizer on the fertilizer engine can't detect the change. I mean, but that should be a very easy fix. That you can say, hey, if my fertilizer is 50% and I'm running over it again, like, it would advance or whatever. Like, that's a... You know, that's probably a thing that wouldn't be the biggest idea. Like, I understand the idea that it looks at the ground and says, this ground texture is this, therefore, if you do this next process, this ground texture is now this. Alright. That's one reason you play precision farming, so you only have to fertilize once. Gotcha, I didn't know that. It's like, precision farming is a official mod that does that a lot. Okay, so once this finishes these two passes, we'll be done with this field. As it does it already, but it needs a texture change to detect the second run. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, is I feel like that would be an easy fix, that they could keep the texture appearing the way it is, but have, like, two different versions, like the 50% or, like, below 50% or whatever version, and then the over. Because you wouldn't run into, like, because you always add roughly 50% to the fertilization every time you go through, you could easily do that. Alright, so this will be the last pass for the sorghum. And then we'll probably be ready to advance the day, because then I could take the tractor over there that's currently cultivating. We can run it over here, have it start cultivating, and all that. Depends on if you're on loam or sand. But yeah, for those who haven't seen, like, why I keep talking about, like, the updates coming. Farming Simulator 25 was announced this past week, and it will be coming out kind of early mid-ish November. It's the 12th. And the thing that's big different about it versus this one is in this game, the only topographies the game has by default is North American and European. You know, and they have a couple different areas of those places represented, but vaguely in that area. The new one is going to be introducing Asian areas as well. They'll also be introducing rice as a new one, so we're going to have crops that you grow kind of like in a bog where you flood a field, and then you grow it in there. And they haven't announced all of them. They've told us there's going to be 40 different types of crop or more. And so normally they'll introduce like 2, 3, 4 different types of crop that fit a certain type, criteria, whatever you want to call it. And so I'm kind of hoping that we might get lucky and maybe get something like cranberry bogs or something like that, because mechanically those would work very, very similar to rice. Yeah, ground deformation, which is where you, like, if you're spinning your tires in an area, you'll tear up the ground a little bit, and need to potentially fix it. I imagine stuff like that, though, they'll let you turn it off if it is... Most of that's the kind of stuff that they let you turn on or off if you like it or not. Okay, so right now I'm just going to get you out of the way. There's no more harvesting to be done right now. Is there anything else I need to do in this in-game day before we advance the calendar? We harvested our wheat yesterday. We harvested our canola yesterday. We've harvested our sorghum today. I need to sell it, but we've harvested it. We planted our canola, and so we need to plant tomorrow our wheat. So we'll have to plant our wheat tomorrow. Yeah, it would be useful to dig a field or remove a hill. Yeah, and you can kind of do that using the tools. But it'd be more interesting to do it that way than right now with the tools. The way it works is you just get a thing that you say like depress the ground, lift the ground, that kind of thing, which is a little bit kind of harder to get it to work the way you want it versus like if you were just to go to an area and get like a scoop on the front of your truck and like scoop up some dirt and go like, okay, well, how deep is this? The depth of my scoop. That said, I could see that being tedious to do it that way. But most of the deformation thing I was seeing so far as the ground is more around like driving the same route of like, you know, embedding the wheels a little bit into the ground and all that, so that I could see potentially have to smooth out the ground or build it up. I imagine you could probably put down different materials. So like if you put down like concrete road, it won't deform. Gravel may not deform, but if you just have like your regular field, it'll get tire treads dug into it over time. We'll see, it'll be interesting. But yeah, so they're adding a lot to the game with the update. So I'm just trying to get everything I want to get done in this game done before it comes out. Alright. So dropping off all our sorghum we just harvested. Gravel should deform slowly. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. There's like, it give your different types of roads a little bit more purpose. It also feels like that'd be a way to make things more authentic, like, because you could imagine right now in the way the game works. Okay. Right now, the way the game works, there's no deformation, so when you drive around all over the place, you don't kill the grass or whatever. I could see that being an interesting thing where right now, if you want to try and make like the tracks your vehicles would leave from driving over the same paths again and again and again, you have to like manually go in with like a little paint tool and say, okay, these are dirt versus that is grass to like artificially make it. But if it was one of those things that if I kept driving over the area, I would tear up the grass little by little, you would kind of naturally get that effect, which I would think is pretty fantastic. And I could see that being a lot of fun to deal with it. Even more so for the deformation, if we could like get a bucket of gravel and dump it down. So like, you drive this area, you dig it up, you've got these trenches, and then you go and you fill in the gravel where you dug up the dirt. So you have these nice gravel paths where your tires went. I'd see a lot of cool things they can do with all that. So meanwhile, let's just get you out of the way. You're not going to be needed for a little while. Okay, make sure everything is turned off for the moment. Cool. And with that, I'm gonna go park this by where we sleep. Oh yeah, we sleep in a burnt out bus. Was they wondered would happen off your farm too? Probably not. I could see that being a problem where if you tore up the ground off your farm and you wouldn't be allowed to fix it because it's not your property, I could see them either disabling it or be one of those things that, like, the next in-game day that, you know, it automatically fix or something. Who knows? We'll see when we get there. Alright, so we're going to move the day forward. So I need to remember to fertilize the canola field, and we need to plant our wheat. That's the big things for today. Almost 100% won't to prevent multiplayer troll. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is I couldn't imagine it would allow you to just wreck property. Okay, so what we're going to test is this should not well, actually, we've already turned off this. Yeah, so like this phase, you can drive on this first phase of growing. When you get to the second phase of growing, it will trash your crops to drive on them if you don't have the right tires, which I do not have. I'm pretty sure they don't make the crop tires for the large tractors because they're heavy. Create job. Start job. So you can work on that. You aren't needed right now. We'll repair you later. So we're going to have you drop off the cultivator for right now. Oh, right. I'm going to need... Hold on. We are going to use the cultivator because what's going to need to happen for me to seed the wheat fields is I need to now do the fertilizer first, then the seeder, and then we'll be good. So just basically the reverse of what I did the last season. So these 4 fields here, the smaller ones, those are the fields we're dealing with today. They don't have anything growing in them. We've literally just seen them. Do they? They need lime, don't they? No, we're fine. But that's fine. In the meantime, I can cultivate this field that we just harvested. All right. Yeah, so now if we look, this area is 50% fertilizer. That's 100% fertilizer. Yes, this field actually needed lime. You know what we're also going to do? If we're going for the thing of expediency, hey, would you look at that? I don't need lime anymore. And honestly, we've never rolled stuff either. I actually don't think they don't have it listed. It's fine. Basically, we're taking some of those processes that are just extra processes we need. We're just taking them off the roster. Now we're trying to go for the achievements. Because I'm going to be trying to expand very quickly. And those all take time. And honestly, the lime's not that bad. Is there any good sales we got going on right now? Not really. So one of the things I could do is, while we've got this going on, we've got a bunch of spare money. And I mentioned I was going to do this before. This plot of land is mine now. Because we're going to start trying to go the route of getting the animals set up on the north half of that tile. There's trees bisecting it. And then the south side of that tile, we're going to add another field of something. I think it'll be a little late for us to do... I don't think we're going to go and bother trying to... Well, actually... No, I think we won't worry about making it a wheat field this season. Maybe what happens, we'll start expanding that, and we'll use that as, like, bootstrapping or grass and all that up for animal feed. Okay. So repair our equipment. Cool. And that'll be ready for next season. Yeah, so we're cultivating the field. We've got the one field being sprayed with fertilizer. Then I need to spray one of our... Basically go through all our wheat fields, spraying them with fertilizer, and right behind that we will get the seeder out there. That's the reason I bought the second tractor right away, once we got rid of the challenge, is because I knew I was going to do a lot of the stuff where I need 2 of the big tractors running around doing work. So having the second tractor available lets me do stuff asynchronously, because right now I'm technically working on 3 separate processes at the same time. I'm cultivating a sorghum field, I am fertilizing a canola field, and driving this back to base. Yeah, so these 3 fields we're crossing in the middle of, and then the one tiny one behind me to the north are the 3 we gotta get planted. Alright, so if we were to look at the mowing stuff, that'll be one of the things we need to do. Now, you can just mow the grass without doing anything else to it, and it works and it's okay. You can actually make a grass field, and if you actually make a legitimate grass field, you get a much better yield. So let's check the status in everyone. You are very early on in the cultivating of that field. You're still pretty early here. So what I'm gonna do is I need to quickly use the restroom real fast. So I'm gonna go ahead and kill the mic and all that. And you can watch as this thing does its spraying and all that. And I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Alright, and we are back. Okay. Let's see, did anyone finish their jobs while we're back? Alright. So you still got a ways to go. And you're spraying this field, that's fine. The only thing I don't like is the currency. I can't really see how much more is going. I think we have one more, like basically I think it's going to drive, turn around, and it has one more pass that way. And then this field's done. Because that is the one nice thing about these sprayers, is the sprayer does a lot of area one time. So one of the next things we are going to need is I am going to need to do the grass stuff. So not the care like the roller, we'll want that potentially later, but the mowers. And so what we're looking at is some of the ones that will give us the widest radius. So that duo there gives us 9.4. That's just on the back. Oh yeah, so this one gives us 12.3. Yeah, so I think for being able to mow the most in one pass, this will be the answer, is this pair here. That we'll be able to do about 12.3 miles, or sorry, about 12.3 meters wide. I'm not noticing a considerable difference in top speed. All of these appear to only let me go 13, well, 12, that one. Yeah, so I think that'll be what we'll do, is we'll be getting this combo here. When we have the money for it. Does it also swath? I did not look. Let's see. On the fertilizer spreader does 42 million. Yeah, so the big one does that wide. The one that's self-propelled. I actually don't know how to see if this swaths or not. It doesn't tell me. Collector. Oh, okay, so with the collector, it pulls it all to the middle. Right, that's what I mean. Yeah, so I can, it is an upgrade, but it's really thing. All right. Yeah, I want to say this is 38 meters, but the self-propelled, I want to say, is 42 or something meters like that. Yeah, this is 36 meters. There we go. It's on the left. But the self-propelled one is like 42 or 48 or whatever the larger size is. Okay. So now we need to start doing these fields real fast. Hey, Tim the Sorcerer, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me quickly get this started before I get into that. Okay. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream. It's good seeing everybody pop in and all that stuff. The small fertilizer spreader, you mean the cheapest? The one that does 42 million? Oh, yeah. The one little tiny solid one on the back. Yep. $9 right? Happy to see you live. Well, yeah. Rimworld ripped a new one and then some. Farming Simulator kinder to you? Yeah, Farming Simulator has been kinder. Oh, Shambler Assault. Yeah, Shambler Assault, they ignore so many things. It makes it a very hard event for a lot of people that the Shamblers kind of just mash their face into your walls and tear stuff up. But yeah, so you definitely check out Tim the Sorcerer. If you like Rimworld, you can find it there. Definitely a good time over at Tim's. So definitely check out Tim the Sorcerer. Absolutely a fantastic time. But thank you so much for the raid, and welcome in, raiders. Hey, Cozy Raid Train, perhaps? How you doing yourself? Yeah, so, yeah, so we have the Cozy Raid Train is coming up pretty soon. The Halcyon Frequency Cozy Raid Train, which I will be participating in that. I believe it's the 16th, if I remember correctly. And I'll be on the YouTube front, or not YouTube. I'll be on the Twitch front page. I looked to the left because I'm on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok, and saw YouTube chat, and brain went moosh. What crops are growing? So right now what we've got going on is we've got wheat, canola, and sorghum going on. We are working on expanding real fast. What? Whose emote is that? Oh, it's Tim the Sorcerer's emote. Yeah, so thank you for the Gigantify emote. Yeah, no, I'm excited about being on the front page. Right on. Little question about... Okay, yeah, you're good. Yep, you got this stuff. But yeah, that was the thing. Like, I just caught it. I was like, wait a second, whose emote is that? I was like, oh, of course, it's Tim's. Right. That's the sexiest sorcerer in all of the UK. Excellent. But yeah, so we're trying to get ready for Farming Simulator 25, which is dropping in November on the 12th. And so we're trying to knock out the achievements. I say real fast; they don't go that fast. Most of the ones I'm missing are just about growing various crops. That because I always do challenge modes in this, I just have not grown. Which, you know, shame on me. Yeah, the update looks great. Oh yeah, like the update they have for the update we have coming out for that, like they're adding water so you can grow rice, so you'll actually like go down. It's not a bog, but it's like that, where you go into like the rice paddy, where it's just like the wet area where you plant your rice and you grow and you harvest that. That's all be new. The ground will get deformed, so like where we're driving here, we would dig trenches in where our tires are going through. That I don't know how we'll have to deal with that. We'll figure that out. But right now, where I'm doing this thing with the GPS, where you see, like, I'm hiding some of the lines and all that, but, where it, like, maps out where it comes to the edges here and then goes around, you'll notice that the normal default AI just zigzags, and it's really dumb as a box of rocks and always gets stuck. where our AI is not doing that. This is using a mod called Courseplay. In Farming Simulator 25, that'll just be how the game works. It'll effectively be like having the GPS and Courseplay mods installed, even without them installed. Yep. So it's absolutely fantastic. But I'm really excited for it. It's going to be curious to see what all they add. They have mentioned that there's supposed to be over 40 different types of crops, which should be a little less than double the number of crops we have in this one, if I'm not mistaken, which I very well might be. Which does make me wonder what else we're getting, because I don't think we've seen the full list yet. Because I know there's 2 types of rice, which are new, and we could say with a certain level of certainty we're probably going to see wheat and barley and those kind of things again. I can't imagine them getting rid of those. And the sunflower and corn I can't imagine getting rid of. I would be surprised if they got rid of the vegetables, even though harvesting the vegetables is a little annoying. And I mean like the root vegetables. I would be surprised they got rid of potatoes or something like that. I wouldn't be as surprised if they got rid of the sugarcane or the grapes. Your crop growing experience is mostly limited to Stardew Valley. Hey, I mean, Stardew Valley is a good time. If you like Stardew Valley, you should also consider Coral Island. For me, like, Stardew Valley is, like, the game to beat in that genre. But Coral Island is, like, the game that quality of life has set a new bar. Yeah, your claim to fame is seeing Angela Merkel talk about and play Farming Simulator at Gamescom in 2017. Okay, that's surprising. Yeah, no, Coral Island is amazing. They got their 1.1 update coming soon. No idea exactly when, and I cannot wait. They're finally going to let us S-rank most of the town stuff, which should be, like... I think it's basically the giant update that the only things it's missing from what they were promising with the game is I believe it is missing where after you get married you can continue like going with that. And one of those kind of things that you'll have all that. And you'll also have like the new entire area of the map. So with the GPS, it'll drive itself. We just control the throttle, or is the AI driver? So we are handing it over to a worker, like mechanically in the game, it's like we've hired a worker to do the work. So we actually pay them to do the job, so you'll actually, if you watch my money counter, it's slowly going down because I have one worker who's doing something that's relatively inexpensive. Whereas when I have this running, it's actually quite a bit more because fertilizer's hecking expensive and I'm making them pay for it. All right. So I am handing this over, and it's just one of those things that, like, as you play the game and you get more and more fields built, you start running into the problem that it's more than you can handle by yourself in a timely manner. Like, the time it takes you to get through an in-game day just keeps getting longer and longer. Oh, in the new game, I believe the GPS, it will drive itself. So the idea is your person's in the chair, they push the button to kick on their GPS, and it will just go. So you're not like, it's not like an AI driver, it's like a cruise control that's smarter as a navigation. Because I want to say, like, actual tractors have that functionality where they can, like, map it out. You know, expensive high-end tractors. That you can, like, map it out and be like, follow this path. And it can do, like, simple stuff like that. Alright, so let's get this out of the way. We need to get it on the cedar. But we don't know all the details of the new one. They've been revealing a lot of the stuff. They've got a convention, so just like you have TwitchCon and all that, there's some like Farm Sim Con or whatever it is. And I think that ended yesterday or whatever. But I'm not 100% on that. Yeah, I imagine that'll be exactly the case at some... Did you get a loan for the tractor? No. When we decided we were going for the achievements and just forgetting the challenge run, because we got super far in the challenge run, in my opinion, that we weren't really in the challenging part anymore. Now it's just like slow economy. We eased up the difficulty settings just to go faster. which does mean I am making more money quicker now. So we are just trying to pick up the pace, because it's all about getting the achievement. It's going to be the work to get all this set up. All right, so I need to change you over to wheat. Yeah, to be fair, honestly, even if I hadn't turned up the economy settings, there is a pretty good chance I would have been about what I needed to get the tractor. Nothing else, it would have tapped us out. Alright, so let's go ahead and get right here. Great job. Map the field. See, and this is the thing that's going to change. Like right now, where I have to manually go in and say map the field and do all that. My understanding of the new GPS is I don't know exactly how you'll configure it, but it'll be controls on like the side where you see them up there, where more than likely we'll have the choice of like how many like head rows or whatever we want to do, which is where we're doing this outside perimeter before doing the middle. Like how many of those do you want to do? And they'll do a lap and you'll get that. Let's actually make sure that's fully fertilizing this field. It's not. Okay. So I might be just literally wasting my time fertilizing this right now. Yep. Alright, so there's no point in this continuing. It's not doing anything productive. Because we were requiring that I'd have to do the weeds and everything else and whatnot. We just turned that off today. And the problem I'm finding now is I'm going to need to fertilize them in a different order. Because weirdly, I'm going to go ahead and try fertilizing. Well, no, we already tried that. So weirdly, it seems like in the same day that I do that, if I don't do the herbicide in between, I can't do a round of fertilizer before or after. Which is fine. I just have to wait till the next day when the crops are in their first grow phase, so they can't be trampled yet. Oh, let's repair. So I'll just have to spray them with fertilizer tomorrow in game. You're underestimating how many hours you played? Oh, I played a long time. You were thinking it'd take it longer to get the tractor unless you got on sale? Yeah, no, it's we were sitting at 100-something thousand, and we were to the point with the amount of stuff. If it wasn't selling the sorghum directly, but instead going through and making the flour and the bread and all that still, we've been making over 200,000 per year profit and all that. There's some gameplay footage of the Farm Sim 25. Just checked about 1 hour's worth of it for those interested. Can't sleep, so tuned in. Yeah, I know how that goes, Mandy. It's good to see you. So let's get this repaired. So this does mean it's changed my order of operations since we turned off the needing to do the herbicide. The big thing that's going to change is where normally I would finish everything I need to do for a field in the same day like you would. Normally it would be I would seed, I would herbicide, and then I would fertilizer all in the day, and then I just could ignore the field until it's time to harvest. Because we're not doing the herbicide anymore because we disabled that, that does mean I need to seed, wait a day, then fertilize, and all that stuff. Which is a bit of a bummer, but it is what it is. Alright, sorry about that. If it wasn't so incredibly valuable to do the fertilizer, I would definitely consider skipping it. But very genuinely, you can get 100% yield with no fertilizer, but with fertilizer 2 passes, you get 200% yield. Needless to say, getting 100% bonus yield or whatever it ends up being, kind of a big deal, getting twice as much crop out of the same amount of time and effort. And all you gotta do is 1 extra round of spraying. That's fine. Let me pull this off to the side. Eventually we'll get the planter. Now once we get the planter, I'll be able to turn around and have like one field I'm doing over here where I'm seeding, the other field I'm planting. We'll just have more stuff we could be working on. I wonder if I put the fertilizer... We're going to do a science. We're going to do a science. So this field doesn't get seeded for a while. I'm wondering if I fertilize today, if it'll still... So I think when an in-game day goes by, we'll be good that it'll be fertilizable again the next day. So it just might be that we've changed order operations to... Because basically I want to get things going while we've got stuff going on here, because we got a bottleneck that we're waiting on. So I want to do some productive. So my hope is, if we fertilize both these sorghum fields, because we don't plant these again till something like April, that it will put us in a position that, you know, I put down the 50% fertilizer now, we get all the way to where I would then turn around and seed the field, that you can't just stay fertilizer until the crop spread. Right, that was the question before, is we tried fertilizing before putting down the seeder with the fertilizer, and it didn't work, and we already tried after. But my hope is, because we're going to have a long delay here, if it will count as, like, it'll go from being the fertilized stage to back to a neutral stage kind of thing as the months go by. If not, it's fine. We waste a little bit of money on fertilizer and all that. We can science it. Because right now we're bottlenecked by the cedar here. Your friend tried Rimworld and he bombed the merchants? That's usually not a good idea, because then you get another faction angry at you, so you lose a trade partner and you gain someone who doesn't like you from then on. Because I vaguely remember advancing the day would turn the dirt from looking like that to like this, but I could be wrong. I've been doing this challenge run for so long where we had the weeds turned on and everything that I've long since lost track on a lot of the processes. Because you just get into your rhythm and just keep doing it. Alright. But yeah, this is where the courseplay AI is just not the fastest. Then he got raided? Yeah. No, it's Rimworld. If you go and start making enemies out of everyone, you will deal with a lot of consequences. There is actually a strategy in Rimworld that some people deploy where they'll go out of their way to become friends with all the high-tech people and deliberately not friends with the more primitive ones. That way most of you basically get a lot more raids of people showing up with bows and spears and pilas and all that. As opposed to, like, if you piss off the Empire in Rimworld, they show up with energy rifles and, you know, locust armor that shoot missiles and pretty awful stuff. The Empire can ruin your day. Yeah, so both these are going to take a little while. And what we'll probably do is, once we're done getting these two fields done, yeah, don't become friends with the easiest factions to beat. Now, granted, Rimworld does do a balance thing where what they'll do is, if you get raided by the Empire, they'll only send like a couple of people. They're just decked out a couple of people that are very dangerous. Whereas if you go to the more primitive groups, sure, they'll show up wearing a loincloth and having a bow, but they'll show up with proper numbers, where the idea is the numbers are the danger. Now, if you got yourself like good choke points in your base and all that, that's far easier to handle than some really teched out people showing up with triple rocket launchers and all that. But numbers, especially if you're not using like killboxers ever in Rimworld, numbers can be their own threat. That just, you know, 200 people show up, you just stare at them and go, what am I supposed to do with this? Or like the worst one is where you have them come from like three different angles though, and there'll be like 20 something people per angle, and you're like, hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Just trying to figure out what the heck to handle that kind of situation where you're like, okay, I'm needed in 3 places, and I just don't have enough people to throw around. And there's ways to manage it, to be clear. But it is just one of those things. You could very, very easily get yourself in trouble with any of them. That's one of the fun things I find interesting about RimWorld, is different people have their events that they find difficult. Like, I hear so many people go, oh my god, Infestation, it's so rough. And I think I've only ever lost one colony to an infestation that I could think of, and it's because it was like in a bad spot where my colony was already not good. And it's like, I'll deal with that infestation later. It's way on the other side of the map. I can ignore it for a minute. And that's a mistake. Don't do that. That's a mistake. Don't do that. I learned a very valuable lesson that day, because it kept getting worse, and I kept being like, I don't have what I need to take that on, and then it would get worse. I'm like, I really don't have what I need to take that on, until you're going, there's like 200 of these things on the map now. What the am I supposed to do with this? And eventually, you know, things went bad. But otherwise, just the way I tend to build my bases naturally have bottlenecks in the hallway that have made, like, don't get me wrong, I've lost pawns to infestation, but usually they're pretty mild. They more just trash my stuff, which is annoying than anything. The number of times they trash, like, my tailoring bench, and I've been more upset about the fact that I have to re-add everything to my tailoring bench than anything related to the fight. It's good, you're somewhat nauseous. But it'll pass. I know how that feels. I've been dealing with some stuff that we're trying to get pinned down, that it's not often, but nausea is one of the things that happens. That's not fun. But I'm going pretty good. But yeah, so it's that. But like, then you'll have other people, like I like the Revenant encounter. I've never lost to it. But there's a lot of people, the Revenant encounter that they had to RimWorld is just like the bane of everything. Is just not like, some of them they just don't like it, which is totally fair. But there's some people that's just like the thing that's difficult for them. And for me, I've honestly done pretty okay with the raids that show up with like the triple rocket launchers. I've learned a while back to throw something to draw their fire, like make your pet animal run out there so they waste the triple rocket launcher on something that doesn't matter. Or sometimes you can bait it where you step out to get them to start firing and just run away. Got an infestation kill box, didn't turn out well. But it's interesting to me, like different people have different things. There's like, oh, that's a rough one. Now there's some things that a lot of people agree with in the game, like a lot of people are like, oh, the Impid and Neanderthal raids are like the ones. For me, the Impid ones are the ones that get me a lot of the time. But it's interesting that like different people have certain things that you know, certain things that are like just way more of a pain. You're in Florida? You don't sleep or what? So I do stream what's normally a third shift. Normally I'm done with stream by now. We went long tonight just because we had a real big raid. Right, honestly, I was like literally starting to wrap up. And then we had a raid that was a pretty substantial raid dropped in. I was like, okay, I'll go a little bit longer. I'm in the middle of something in the game anyways. We'll go a little bit longer. You know, it's one of those things as a content creator, knowing when it's like, okay, I gotta put a little bit more time. The Devourers, you had to reload a few times? Yeah. I've lost a colonist or two to Devourers. I've gotten pretty messed up colonists from Devourers. Those are scary. Devourers are a rough time. I think for me, just my playstyle, Anomaly has not been as painful for me. Because I don't know if like it was a deliberate decision or just kind of what happened. That with Anomaly, I got more into the mindset of like, what can I do to maximize the amount of damage I can put on a target in as little time as possible, was kind of my entire approach to Anomaly content. It's like, a Revenant, what can I do to position myself to get the most time pouring ammo into this thing before it gets away? Okay, that's where we're going to stand, and this is how we're going to do it. Can I stun it? We're going to do that too. What can I do to slow it down just so I can keep as much time on target as possible? And that's the way you solve, like, the Devourers, you solve them, the Revenant, you solve them that way. To a certain degree, the flesh beast you solve that way-ish, kind of, sort of, maybe not. The ghouls you solve it that way. The ghouls you kite as well. The devourers you solve it that way. And then like a lot of the other targets you don't solve it all. Like the Shamblers just run around and start killing everything. The Shambler Assault is pretty rough. I survive it fine, but it wrecks your base so badly. Made sense. Stick around for the raiders so they hang out. They can hang out on the channel. Yeah, no, it's a normal thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's not a bad strategy. Like, if you're wrapping up and you can go a little bit long and you have a big raid, it's not a bad idea to be like, all right, let's give them a little bit of time. That way they can see the type of content I do and then decide if it's something they want to tune into in the future. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And that's how you find your way back here in the future, is everyone who's pushing that follow button. That's how that works. If you push the follow button, you get to come back. If you don't push the follow button, maybe you recognize the name and come back, maybe not. My name's hard to remember how to spell it, so, you know, push the follow button. Alright, so we got this one last pass here. But yeah, so normally I stream 5 days a week, so it's every days but Thursdays and Fridays, from 7 p.m. EST, it's getting late. 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST. It used to be a thing that I actually once upon a time used to stream 7 days a week, 11 hours a day. What were my hours back then? I don't think it was to the 4 a.m. Was it to the 4 a.m.? I know it was 11 hours. I'm trying to remember when I started and stopped. I feel like I started a little bit earlier and I ended at like 2 or something. I don't remember. But I did that for like a year and a half. I think you used to start at 5 p.m. Did I really go that late? Oh, yeah. That's right. Because I started at 5 and I went till 4 and that'd be 11 hours. Cool. Same page. Yes, that's right. And I used to do that 7 days a week. You gonna come to Twitch and say something strange? Well, keep in mind when you say something strange, I do like my timeout and ban buttons. I get a lot of exercise on them. So consider the context of strange. You're in Washington, so it's not too late for you? Yeah. But I've always been a night owl, and then like this is like kind of effectively doing third shift. But then, you know, something like a year-ish ago, I cut it back to 6 days a week. And then a little while later, it got cut back to like 9 hours a night. Those didn't happen at the same time, but they didn't happen too far apart. Alright, so we're just going to reposition this. So this is, so I deal with ADHD. And one of the things you do to learn with for a little while is how to manage these types of things. So this game is actually a good way of giving a demonstration. So you'll notice we're stopping a task in the middle of it, which is like something you don't want to do with ADHD because you'll absolutely forget what you're doing. So I've been positioning my vehicles on the next task I need to do with each vehicle for when I come back on. Because what'll happen is when I come back on this game, whenever we play it next, whether it's tomorrow or the next day or whatever, is I'll pop on, I'll hit tab to hop into the next vehicle. I go, I have a planter sitting on this field that is not planted yet. I understand. I'm planting this field. This field, I have the vehicle that puts out the fertilizer, and it's going to be sitting on the edge of this vehicle, on the edge of this field, all ready to go. So the moment I tab over, I'm like, I'm fertilizing this field. I understand. That's what needed to be done. And don't get me wrong, I'll also probably pull this up, look at the calendar, see what's on the list for the day and that kind of stuff. But by doing it this way, it makes it just way easier for me to turn around. So like I see my truck's parked, I don't need it. This has got the seeder here. I'm going to be seeding this field. That's just parked so we don't care. That's parked, you know, with the fertilizer. And this is parked up where it doesn't going, so I don't care. So we get the idea here. That said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I am going to go ahead and save my game before I forget. Let's say if you want to chill streamer playing a variety of games of the channel. Oh yeah, I play a pretty wide range of games. Admittedly, I play a lot of RimWorld, so if you like RimWorld, it's about 1/3 of my content right now. It goes up and down, but it's been the game that's come back to the channel the most. Technically, the game I played the most on the channel is Project Zomboid, but at the rate RimWorld's going, it should... Actually, you know what? It's not even close to clipping. I think Project Zomboid is at like over 3,000 hours streamed on the channel, and that was all in like a little over a year. And then RimWorld, over the course of about 3 years, we are somewhere in the area of like 2,000 almost. Not quite. And then Farm Sim is another 600 or something, 700 hours. But we played a bunch. We played Stardew Valley, we played some Nautica, we've done Cities Skylines, Power Wash Simulator, Timberborn, Terraria, Sunhaven, Coral Island, Roots of Pacha is one that's going back. So we do a whole range of stuff between like Slice of Life Simulation, Tycoon, the occasional roguelite, really wide range of stuff. But I do enjoy that. But what's going to end up happening here, if you are watching on YouTube or TikTok, the stream will be abruptly ending for you because there's no such thing as raiding. But over here on Twitch, we are going to go raid out and find someone else to say hello. There's lots of good content creators who are probably going to be on tonight that we can certainly find some good content. So if you'll bear with me, give me just a second to end the streams on the other platforms, because they always falsely detect my stuff as not DMCA safe, which it is. And we deal with all